Yo, what's going on? 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 Yeah, it's gonna be a light night tonight. Light night tonight. All right, let me get set up. Uh, what's going on? How you doing? Hit that like button. It's definitely gonna be a light night tonight. A lot of people are upset in the box truck community. A lot of people are still upset in the box truck community. A lot of people giving up hope. A lot of people are giving up hope. Let me turn this off. Let me turn this off. Come on in. Come on in. Come on in. Come on in. Hit that like button as you come in. Do me a favor and hit that like button as you come in. Let me know where you're checking in from. Man, I'm seeing those. I'm seeing the box truck community as a whole. It's just not that enthusiasm that was there earlier part of the year. I just don't see it. I just don't see it, man. People losing hope. But man, you gotta keep hope alive. You gotta keep hope alive. There's opportunities out there. There's other options. I'm trying my best to help people out. If it's not working, you gotta move to something that's working. So hopefully I can help more people figure things out that may be struggling. Amazon is through. Box truckers have killed it. Well, I never ran Amazon, but I'm definitely hearing that. I think the whole middle mile lane right now is. I think the whole middle mile lane. I don't know why it's a delay from the phone ring and the computer ring. Hold on, let me kill that. All right, I think the whole middle mile box trucking lane right now is just the morale is just down altogether. Amazon, guys that run the load board, everyone's trying to figure things out. A lot of people are trying to make that switch over to final mile. So, I've never been, I have a website where I offer coaching, but I don't do a lot of coaching because no one was really interested in final mile up until recently. And even still, I do a few a week, but it's not like how, people who are doing coaching that could show you an Amazon relay load board, they're probably doing a couple a day. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of that enthusiasm, a lot of that, excitement that was there for Amazon at the earlier part of the year, that was there for the load boards, the middle mile, is not there anymore. You can tell by um, you can just look at the box truck community on YouTube. You don't see videos going up as often. You just don't see that um you don't the way things were earlier in the year, you just don't see it. I'm trying to look for a right word. I want to be politically correct. But you just don't see it anymore. And we're gonna try to do my best. I'm gonna try to do my best to help people out transition so that no one loses their business. Joe Gonzalez, how you doing? Florida in the building. The only people who say they winning with Amazon are those who are already behind and trying to catch up to break even. Yeah, oversaturated the market. Yeah, I think we talk about it all the time. I know I talked about it a few months, and I haven't really been talking about it recently because you don't want to beat a dead horse. And I see what happens when you say things that are going to happen, and then when they happen, I'm I get the heat for it. You know what I'm saying? And it is what it is. I've been completely transparent. I told people what to look for, and everything that I said was going to happen happened. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people transition in the final mile. A lot of people trying to transition to cargo vans and things of that nature. The rental truck companies aren't going back the other way as the economy worsens. They're actually continuing to raise rates and continuing to make those stipulations that they were implementing in the middle part of this year. They're making those stipulations even steeper and stricter. Um, it's just not what it used to be. And then with the rates being the rates, that's just, just adding fuel to the fire. So it just is what it is. I think Amazon is oversaturated more than likely because that's the popular thing. Everyone wants to go with what's popular, and it's just not Amazon Relay. The load boards, the spot market is the spot market. The rates are the rates. So as far as Amazon's load board and any other load board, the rates are just not, you know, they're just not good at the moment. So people are failing, people are losing money. It's unfortunate, but you gotta transition in business. Nothing stays the same forever, and you gotta transition. I talk about my transition. The show tonight is going to be about why is it hard to find drivers, and why and find drivers and keep drivers. I always say that's been my biggest struggle for the past couple of years, and we're going to talk about that tonight. Um, it just is what it is, guys. You may have to transition. There's opportunity out there, but you got to jump on top of it. I did a video today on RXO, which is XPO. They just separated. XPO has so much stuff going on. They just separated, created a sister company for RXO that's focusing on their brokerage company. So they created their own brokerage company, which I think is a good thing. Like I said in the video, XPO is the third largest trucking company in the country, behind UPS, FedEx. Obviously, UPS number one, FedEx being number two. Excuse me, XPO being number three. And because they're number three, that makes them number one in the large bulk goods, heavy goods delivery. Because obviously UPS and FedEx, they don't handle those types of deliveries. They have curbside final mile. They have heavy bulk two-man final mile. They have their own brokerage now, which would help a lot of new guys out from getting double brokered and things of that nature. XPO has every account imaginable. Any company you name, any manufacturer, 9.5 times out of 10, they have a relationship with them. All right. So they have the work. Now it's hard getting in there, and it's very expensive to get that account. And I discussed that in a video, like their compliance as far as insurance. There's no other company that's as strict or requires as much as they do. But I guarantee you, if you get in there, you're gonna have work. Now, there's certain things, like I said in the video, that are probably way favor you better than others. If you get that extra insurance, anything that you get with just yourself, your curbside, if you're dealing with the brokerage as far as the middle mile, you may come out better than if you're running final mile, because now with final mile, you got to get the workers' comp. If you're on the truck, then you got to get the accidental occupational hazard insurance for yourself, the workers' comp. They got the $250,000 dismemberment and fatality insurance. Like, other companies don't want insurance in case you die on the job or get dismembered. XPO does. All right, so you got to spend some bread, and then if you're going full final mile with XPO RXO, as far as going in the actual home white glove, then they're going to add an umbrella on top of that. So it is what it is, man. It is what it is. Correct. People want to stay home, myself included. So only on the spot market is long haul, coast to coast. Right. So that's something that I'm going to talk about tonight. Even like I was on track trucking his live. I noticed like his lives numbers are down. I noticed like content creators are not making content anymore for box trucks. The whole box truck industry is just in dismay right now. The morale is down, and it's unfortunate. It does not have to be that way, because there's other opportunities, and hopefully I'm going to keep bringing up opportunities. I'm going to show you guys some shots of some things today. Some of you guys in those big box trucks that are renting them, it's like I say over and over and over and over again. If you're spending an arm and a leg on a box truck rental, get out of it. There's no sense of spending all that money and you're not making money. All right. If you're not making it by now, then you need to, really consider something else, because it's simple for you. Only thing you got to do is drive the truck back to where you got it from, make sure the gas is back where it was when you picked it up, and drop that thing off, hand them the keys. And I'm going to show you some things from today here locally that will probably put some of the middle mile rates that you guys are seeing to shame. And I'm not going to do it to throw something in your face, but I'm going to do it to show you that there's other opportunities out there where you can make great money that's not going to cost you a lot of money to do it. And I'm going to show you the proof later on the show. I'm not expecting a big turnout. Like I said, the whole box truck market industry is dismayed. The community is in disarray, and just everybody's sad and gloomy and just down. But it is what it is. The show must go on. I'm gonna still do my part, and people that are watching, hopefully they get some gems and they're able to turn their business around. So what I want to talk about tonight is, why is it hard keeping drivers? Why is it hard finding drivers? And why is it hard keeping drivers? It's time to find a pivot, right? So, and I've been talking about that. If you follow my channel, I was preaching this 2-3 months ago about the gig apps and the cargo vans, because I saw it coming. I've been around long enough. I went through a few transitions myself, and it doesn't affect me mentally and emotionally and things of that nature like it did when I first went through my first transition some years ago. Now it's just a part of the game. The industry is going to constantly change with technology, evolution, things of that nature. It's going to constantly change. I'm telling you, the money is somewhere else, but people aren't seeing it yet. Some people are, but we're going to get into that. I'm going to show you guys something a little later in tonight's broadcast, and I'm going to keep it moving. I'm not going to wait for people, because I already know people sad and stuff. So let's get it going. Tonight, we're going to talk about the struggles of finding and keeping drivers for your box truck business. I'm going to go ahead on and pull that up now, and we're going to get into it. Hope everybody is doing well. Hope everybody's happy. I know there's a bug going around, but let's get into this real quick. All right, so the struggles of finding and keeping drivers for your box truck business. All right, so now this is something that a lot of people are struggling with, that jumped into this industry, whether it was middle mile, final mile, whatever, that wanted to do this as a stream of revenue, that didn't have plans on getting behind the wheel themselves. So I know a lot of middle mile guys are struggling right now with the spot market. So there's people who rented trucks or purchased trucks with the hopes of, like I said, having a secondary stream of income and putting the driver out there, and they're having a hard time finding drivers. I am feeling amazing. Pippi Shortstock, and you run final mile. That's why you're feeling amazing, because your work hasn't slowed down. You made a transition. Checking in from Raleigh, North Carolina. V-Man, what's going on? All right, so let's get into it. Why is it hard? All right, there's 4 main reasons that I know it's hard, just from my experience, and just from the overall scope of the industry, and just not the trucking industry, just a lot of industries now. It's hard just to find employment. All right, but we're going to focus on the trucking industry as a whole: box trucking, semi-trucking, whatever. It's all the same. 1 is a generational gap. All right. 2 is pay. 3 is long hours, which reverts back to what you were saying, D, as far as people want to stay home. And then 4, there's a lot more opportunities out there that may be just more appealing, because people don't have to put in long hours to do these other things, and they're able to make similar money. All right, so let's start first with the generation gap. So the baby boomers are the guys that are coming out. All right, so the baby boomers, they're on the brink. They're retiring. They're on the brink of retiring. They are retiring right now. And the Generation Z, which started about 97, are not replacing those boomers that are coming out. All right. So for every 6 boomers that are retiring, those 6 seats are only being filled by 2 Generation Z. So for every 6 boomers that are retiring, only 2 Generation Zs are filling those seats. All right. So that's one reason why it's hard to find drivers. The other reason why is because Generation Z, they just don't want to do this type of work. All right. They don't want to do a lot of things. All right. Generation Z, because of technology, they want to earn a lot of money and do minimal work. Technology has made them spoiled. Technology has made them lazy. Technology has, I guess, created a monster in that aspect. Now, is it wrong? No. Who wants to do hard physical labor if they don't have to and make money? So I get it, but unfortunately, this country, there's blue collar work that needs to be done for this country to maintain, to go on. All right, and a lot of the blue collar jobs, Generation Z just doesn't want to do it. You can look into the mechanic field, diesel mechanics, regular automobile mechanics. I talk about this all the time. Try to schedule an oil change at the dealership for your vehicle. It's not like how it was 3-4 years ago. You know what I'm saying? You can schedule an appointment. They'll probably tell you have an appointment tomorrow or the next day. You know, now I'm trying to get in for an oil change for my truck and for my personal SUV, and they're telling me 4 weeks at the dealership just to get an oil change. We're short 17 technicians is what they told me. We're short 17 technicians. Same thing with the diesel mechanics. All right. The shop where I take my trucks to, they're down to 2 mechanics. 2 mechanics. So I drop my trucks off. If I need a truck that needs an oil change, for an oil change, the truck is sitting there a week. It's sitting there a week. All right. Electricians. Like a lot of people Generation Z aren't signing up to be apprentices for electricians. They're not signing up for apprenticeships to be plumbers. They're not signing up for apprenticeships to be mechanics. They just don't want to do this type of work. They want to stream, right? They want to stream and sell sneakers and be influencers and all this stuff that has created millionaires in the past 10 years with doing minimal work. These are the American dreams that they're chasing. Unfortunately, it's putting a damper on middle America because we need plumbers, we need electricians, we need carpenters, we need mechanics, we need truckers, you know, and this is why everything is getting behind. So the generational gap is definitely playing a part in why it's hard to find drivers, because drivers my age, drivers earlier, they're already driving. Guys my age, guys older than me, guys that are in their mid to late 30s, they're pretty much already established or getting established. I already have decided what they want to do with their life. So, you know, for certain jobs like these blue collar jobs, they depend on the younger generation to fill in those seats as the older generations come out, and they just don't want to do this type of work. They don't want to be away from home. They don't want to spend long hours on the road. You understand? They live with their phone glued in their hand. Every 2 seconds they're checking Instagram. You can't drive middle mile, box truck, semi truck with your phone checking your Instagram all day. You can't do it. They can't live without their phone for 2 seconds. So it's impossible for Generation Z to do this type of work because every 2 seconds they got to check their phone. It's just impossible to drive and check your phone. So that's one of the main reasons why it's hard to find. All right. Second, pay. The national average for a box truck driver is $18.64. $18.64. No matter how you slice it, dice it, throw it to the side, however you want to look at it, is average about $18.64, whether you're paying them by the hour, whether you're paying by the route, whether you're paying by the day. All right. You got a final mile route pays $1,000, right, a day. After you factor in all your costs, your driver's averaging about, let's say on a final mile route, 12 hours a day at $18.64. It's about 200, 223 bucks, 225 bucks. If you got a guy running middle mile and you say you running him on $1,000 route, right? And once you factor in all your costs, average middle mile route person who's got a guy out there driving for them on $1,000 route, once they're factoring all their other costs, about $200. Add that, 1864 times 11, about 200 bucks, right? So, no matter how you slice and dice it, whether you're paying by the hour, whether you're paying by the route, whether you're paying by the day, whatever, a full day, a driver's going to make about $200, a little over $200, give or take. And if you add it by the hour, it comes out to about $18.64 an hour. So right now, that's just not enough money. All right, $200. It's just not appealing enough to a lot of people to do this type of work, whether you're looking at it middle mile, whether you're looking at it final mile. All right, middle mile for some of the reasons that I just spoke on the generational gap side. Final mile, obviously, because the labor and because of the intensity of the labor, the work, it's just not enough. It's just not appealing, and there's other ways people can make that type of money or more with doing less work, less physical labor, or then if in the case of the middle mile, that's going to keep them home. All right. Let's go on. Long hours. Going back to like the new generation Z, if you send them, let's say 2 states over and they're driving all day, like Generation Z, they have a short attention span. And, shout out to everybody that's in the room if there's any Generation Z people in the room. But I'm speaking, I'm not speaking to anybody directly. I'm speaking to the whole generation, about the whole generation as a whole. It's obvious. It's known now. So it's not like I'm beating up or pouncing on them. It is what it is. Like, they have a short attention span. They don't want to be away from home. They have a phone glued to their hand. So you can't put someone that's 22, 23 years old and think they're going to drive 11 hours a day, 5 days a week for you, because they're going to check their phone every 2 minutes. They have to check it. For you, some of you guys that are out there that are older than me or my age, that got children that are in their early to mid 20s, you know what I'm talking about. All right. You got older people that don't want to do these long hours anymore. It's just not the same. No one wants to do long hours as far as driving middle mile, cross country like that no more. Even with final mile, they don't want to, and they're local and they don't want to do it. So that's another reason why it's hard to find drivers and also keep drivers. All right, more opportunities. I'm going to show you guys something real quick. So here's a bunch of opportunities. All right. Now, all these opportunities, they're different, but they're all the same, right? All right. These companies at the bottom, Ryder, Penske, Enterprise, Budget, they provide the tools for people to pretty much get out there and start their own business, start working for themselves. That's another reason everyone wants to work for themselves. Like, there's I don't know, the pandemic just brought something and just put something in the water, put something in the air that everybody wants to be their own boss. No one wants to work for themselves anymore. And then obviously the pandemic did a lot people the opportunity to do that, because there came the pandemic brought an infusion of capital. A lot of people's bank accounts got infused with capital. So the dreams and the aspirations that they had, they could make these dreams a reality now, because they had an opportunity to, because they got an infusion of capital, and they can go out and start their own business. All right. So these companies at the bottom provide the tools so these people can do that. Now, one of the main sources that people jump to was this guy right here, Amazon Relay. I don't know if you guys can see my mouse, but Amazon Relay, a lot of people ran the Amazon Relay. Amazon Relay provided a lot of opportunities, and a lot of those people that ran the Amazon Relay are upset now with the rest of the people that are running middle mile that are operating off the low board because of the rates. All right. Another opportunity would be, let's say, T-Force. You got guys that got their box trucks and then they're running for, let's say, Home Depot, doing curbside for T-Force. Some people had good credit and they were able to jump into Amazon DSP. All right. Some people were able to jump into the partner program with Amazon Freight. Some people bought a van and didn't go the 26-foot box truck route, and they're making good money doing TaskRabbit, or they're making good money with their van doing Waco or T-Force running Staples and Home Depot. Staples and Office Depot, I should say. Some people are doing UPS deliveries in their personal vehicle, making $27 an hour. All right. So another reason why there's people are just having a hard time finding and keeping drivers is because there's a lot more opportunities than there were 10 years ago. And people can wake up and just go to work. They have a plethora of different apps in their phone, and they can just turn them all on or turn one on and hit the button and go. All right. So if they're on the road working for you, middle mile, and they've been doing it for a month, but now they're homesick, I always like to use is the girl is calling them, their husband is calling them, they're homesick, they're in the middle of nowhere, they're waiting, you're paying them by the route or by the day or whatever, but some of their time is spent waiting at a loading dock, waiting to get loaded, waiting to get unloaded. And they're just driving, they're homesick and they're sleeping in the car. Like, nowadays, people just ain't going to G for it. Here, the reason why people are not going to G for it nowadays is because there's plenty more opportunities that are smacking them in the face. 10 years ago, when there weren't a plethora of opportunities, people would accept things for what they are and they would deal with it because their email wasn't going off. They didn't see billboards that saying drive Uber in this market, make $38, $40 an hour. Do this. Make our delivery guys are making $50 an hour from their personal car. They're getting smacked in the face with billboards. They're getting smacked in the face with they're on YouTube or they're on Instagram and they're scrolling, and then they see an ad for a gig app with marketing to them that they can make X amount of dollars. So opportunities are smacking them in the face. And now while they're sitting there 3-4 hours waiting on this dock to get loaded, their girl blowing them up or their guy blowing them up or their spouse blowing them up, and they're homesick. They've been sleeping in the truck for the past 2-3 nights. Their back is killing them, this, then the third. And they're looking at this, their mind is racing. They have no time but to think when they're out on the road. And it's like I said, 10 years ago, 7, 8 years ago, all these opportunities didn't exist. So people would accept reality. This is a job. It's paying the bills. I hate being over the road, but what the hell else is there for me to do? There's nothing else for me to do. It's not like that anymore. Opportunities are smacking them in the face. So that's another reason why it's hard to find and keep drivers. All right. Now let's talk about keeping drivers. So we talked about, I gave 4 solid reasons why people are struggling to find drivers and keep drivers. All right. All in the same. Let's talk about some ways on if you got some drivers, what can you do to keep them? All right. Increasing pay is one. And I'm going to go through them and give examples and kind of talk on each bullet point. Increasing pay, benefits, incentives, and less workload. All right. Let's get into it real quick. Increased pay. Now, if you remember earlier part of this year, latter part of last year, I don't remember, Walmart increased their pay for their company drivers, for the Walmart trucks, not the contractors, for their company drivers by 27%, which was the average base pay for a new Walmart driver starting off was $87,000. They increased it all the way to $110,000 a year. All right. And there's a reason why, because there is a shortage on drivers. I'm not saying there's a shortage on drivers because what the media is saying there's a shortage on drivers. I'm saying that I'm speaking it from a turnover perspective. A lot of people are entering and exiting. A lot of people aren't really lasting that long. All right. You saw a spike come up last year because of the infusion of capital. I guarantee you next year, 2023, 2024, you're going to see that graph going back in the down direction. It was already going down. The pandemic brought it up a little bit because a lot of people jumped in because they had the money. They thought this was an easy way to make $1 million because some of your favorite influencers with millions of followers told them it would be. They sold these people a dream. They got into it and saw it really isn't what they thought it was. They didn't talk about the economical disadvantages. They didn't talk about all the bad things. They just talked about all the good things, and then they jumped in. But next year, you're going to see it going down because you're already seeing people exit. All right. Walmart has deep pockets. So Walmart can do what it takes, what they need to do to not only attract applicants, but also keep them. Their pockets are deep, real deep. All right. So when you're an independent person, just you and your truck, you don't have Walmart deep pockets, but you have to do what you got to do to keep your drivers. And what I'm seeing a lot of people are not doing, and there's two reasons they're not doing it. They're not increasing their drivers' pay. They want to make more money and pay their drivers kibbles and bits, and it don't work like that. All right. Now, here's one reason why people are shortchanging their drivers, because their overhead is high. They can't afford to increase their drivers' pay because they're spending $1,200, $1,300, $1,400, $1,500 a week on a rental plus 29-30 cents a mile, right? And then you got this guy out here making short changes. Then you wonder why he's complaining and he don't want to come. He's telling you he's going to quit. He's telling you he's going to pull this truck over at the next rest stop and take a Greyhound back to wherever the hell he came from. And you're going to have to go out and fly, get your truck, right? Because they're not being compensated. All right. And you can't compensate them because your expenses are too high. And you may want to compensate them, but just financially, the situation doesn't allow for you to do so. The other reason why a lot of people are having a hard time keeping their drivers is because they may have truck may be paid for. They have expenses, but they have some margin to do a small percentage increase on the pay, but because their lifestyle and they want to keep X amount of dollars and they don't understand that this is a business and without a driver, you're not making no money. They want to be a stickler and they don't want to pay the person that's putting money in their pocket for a secondary stream of income and give this person an increase to make his quality of life or her quality of life better. And then the person abandons the truck and quits, and now you got a truck that's sitting not making no money. The margins are small. I always talk about that since the day I started a YouTube channel. I've always said the margin is small. If you're making $100 a day on your truck, that's good. It's $100 more than what you had. Like, you're not going to make $700, $800, $900 a day. Whoever told you that, they lied to you. They lied to you. You know what I'm saying? So you got to understand that this is a business. You think the margins are small in this business, go open up a restaurant. Go open up a restaurant. You want to see smaller margins? Open up a restaurant. The margins are even smaller. You know what I'm saying? So, if you're making money, that's good. Sometimes you have to, I always talk about paying your people handsomely. We're in a time now you got to pay your people handsomely. If the cost of living is constantly rising, guess what? Your pay has to constantly rise. And if your pay doesn't constantly rise with the cost of living, then guess what? You're going to find a truck that's just sitting. And that's just a bottom line. Ain't no way around it. So you may have to sacrifice your living. You know what I'm saying? You may not be able to ball out. This whole I'm a business owner, so I gotta have all the things around me to show people. First thing people want to go out and do is go get a car, go get a house, start taking trips, doing all this stuff, and the time don't call for that. Time don't call for that because you're not preparing for that rainy day, and those rainy days are here now. You know what I'm saying? You got to take care of the people that are taking care of you, and the drivers are taking care of you. So those are the two things why just a lot of I see owner operators are failing. Either one, their expenses are too high, right? And they probably do want to do an increase, but they just financially can't. Or two, they do have the margin to do it, but they want to keep all the money for themselves because they're selfish and they want to pay their driver kibbles and bits, and you just can't do that. All right. Benefits. You got to offer people benefits nowadays. People nowadays, people value their health a little bit more than they did, 10, 15 years ago. People want to go to the doctor and get their teeth fixed and things of that nature. And it's a perk as well, because all these big companies are offering benefits. You got to understand that as an independent owner operator, you're in competition not only with the other independent owner operators that you're at your level, but you're also in competition as far as attracting applicants to drive your vehicle. You're in competition with the big boys. You're in competition with your JB Hunts. You're in competition with your Schneiders. You're in competition with your Primes and your Swifts and your Werners and all these other companies. All right. Just not the guys on your level with the 1 or 2 or 3 trucks or whatever amount of trucks you got. You're in competition with the big boys, and the big boys have deeper pockets than you, and they can offer more perks, benefits. All right. So you have to find a way to offer benefits to your drivers. It's going to cut into your expenses, but that's why you have to enter into the industry with as minimal expenses as possible, because there's going to be things down the line that you're going to have to add to your infrastructure. And this is going to be one of them if you want to attract applicants and you want to keep them. Now, here's 2 resources that I've talked about. I haven't done, actually I did a video on OpenForce. I haven't done a video on SEI, but these are 2 options that you can look to as an independent owner operator if you have drivers, or if you're running Final Mile, you got driver helpers, things of that nature, where you can reach out to, and they have a model, a business model, where they'll do the onboarding for you. They'll handle all the compliance for you. They have options within the platform that your driver, your helper, whatever, can get health benefits through OpenForce or through SEI, and that those benefit payments will come directly out of their settlement. It'll come directly out of their settlement. So they're managing all this for you. You just have to sign up for these 2 platforms, either one. I think OpenForce now has increased their minimum to, I think, 20 vehicles. So I don't know if they decreased it, but the last time I checked, they increased it. You would have to apply within the check. I haven't checked with SEI. I've done business with both of these companies, not for myself. I've never hired them for compliance or anything, but I've ran through logistics companies that when we were onboarding with them, they used 1 or 2 of these companies. So I've onboarded through both of these companies. I've been paid from logistics companies through both of these companies, and these companies are pretty good. That's why I'm recommending them to you, because I've dealt with them from the payee standpoint, and they're pretty seamless. So if you are looking for options to provide health benefits, dental benefits to your employees, your drivers, these are 2 options, because they're going to manage it for you, and those funds are going to come directly out of their settlements, because they're also handling the settlement payments to your drivers as well. So benefits is something that you guys need to offer to help keep drivers on board. Here are some of the companies that OpenForce works with as far as health insurance, dental insurance, also 401k. Some people want to set up retirement plans for their kids, and it's always good if you have these resources available that you can give to your drivers and helpers, because any perks like this will keep people around. Perks like this will keep people around, because a person will work for you, and then they'll have a kid, let's say, and then they're like, man, I got to find somewhere that offers benefits, because now they have somebody else to look after, and now you got a driver that is leaving you, right? Everything is fine, but they have a kid. You don't offer benefits, right? And now they're leaving you solely off the fact that they need something that is going to offer them benefits, because they got a little one now that they have to take care of and look out the well-being of the little one now. So now a person is going to leave you just for this one thing that you can offer, because there's platforms out there that will, set this up and manage it for you. So here are some of the companies they deal with. Also, Universal Trucking Benefits Association is another one that you guys might want to look into if you want to offer these benefits to your drivers or helpers. Incentives. All right. So incentives, another thing that'll keep drivers and helpers on board. Just talked about health and dental. All right. Another one that's very popular nowadays, and you see a lot of corporate companies implementing this. I know Amazon does it. McDonald's does it. A bunch of other corporate entities do it now. We talked about this Sunday night on my live stream. Sunday night, people don't want to wait 2 weeks to get paid no more. I had a young lady in here Sunday. She's in here now. She onboards her guys at 3 weeks, and then she pays them every week after that. But the initial 3, they have to wait 3 weeks to their first paycheck. People not waiting that long no more. People want their money yesterday. A lot of people live from check to check. America has always middle class America has always operated living check to check. It's worse now. All right. Companies have implemented these daily payouts. Amazon, for instance, you work your Amazon shift. I've never worked for Amazon. This is what I'm hearing. This is what I heard from people I know that work Amazon. You work a shift. At the end of the shift, you can cash yourself out. Not the whole thing, a percentage or whatever it is, 1%, whatever. McDonald's offers it, from what I hear. You got gig apps that offer it, right? So you do, let's say you drive Uber or something. At the end of you're done driving, whatever you earn, they charge you a percentage, whether it's 1% or whatever it is, and you hit the button and boom, the money's in your account. You don't have to wait a week or 2 weeks or whatever. All right. So this is something that you might want to implement. Now, this may be a little bit difficult to do if you're operating final mile because you have claims to think about. You don't want to allow people to pay themselves every day and then a claim comes back and you got to snatch that check, but they paying themselves every day. Now they're going to quit on you. Right. So this may not work for you, but I think middle mile guys that are running middle mile and you're struggling with keeping drive, I think this incentive will work for you. Settlement advances. Now, the company that you want to do this with is called Zayzoon. All right. Zayzoon will set this up for your company for free because the way they make money is they're charging your driver or your helper a percentage for cashing out. So they're going to manage the settlements. They're going to set it up for your business for free at no cost to you because they make their money every time one of your employees wants to do a daily cash out. All right, they probably charge them 1%. And also this company, they do cash advances. They do cash advances for your paycheck. Obviously, your paycheck, what you've earned from your paycheck would be your collateral. All right. As far as your receivable, future receivables. So your future receivables would be the collateral. And I think they charge you $5 for every $200 you get advanced from your paycheck. So this is how Zayzoon makes their money. I may do a video on it at a later date because this is something that I think is cool, and I think it's an incentive to keep people. Big corporations are using it, so I think smaller business owners should focus on this too. And it doesn't cost you anything because, like I said, they're making their money off the employee. If the employee wants to do a cash out and they want to pay 1% every day because they can't wait, that's on them. That's how they're making their money. If they out tricking their money off and gambling, whatever they're doing, whatever vices to the point where they need to get a cash advance, then the Zayzoon is charging them. All right, charging them to do an advance on their pay, and it's at no cost to you. So I think that's another good incentive that'll keep people around. Also, discounts. A lot of companies have partnerships with other companies where you work for Amazon, but you can get $10 off your oil change at Jiffy Lube, or you can go to Discount Tire and get $10 off a tire rotation. Excuse me. OpenForce has these discount partnership programs in place in their platform. SCI is good too, but OpenForce has a little bit more to offer you as the business owner as far as benefits and incentives that you can pass along to your drivers and helpers. But retail discounts for hotels and things, tire changes, oil changes, it may not seem like a lot, but trust me, it's something. Something else that you can do if you're operating on a small scale. Let's say you got 1 truck or 2 trucks, you got guys out there running middle mile, or even if you got them running final mile, man, just pay for lunch sometimes. Pay for lunch every day. Morale is a key. Some people will stick around with you a little bit longer if you treat them well. I know I spoke on this before. Just calling them, checking on them every day if they're running middle mile and they're out on the road for you. Cash apping them $50. You know what I'm saying? Offer them a per diem. I know a lot of operators that have people running middle mile, they don't even give their guys a per diem. Give these guys a per diem. Give them $50 a day on food. Pay for their food. By giving them $50 per diem, you're eliminating some of their expenses over the road. So now if you're paying them $200 a day, but then they're spending out of their own money, they're spending $25, $50 to eat on the road, they shouldn't be doing that, because once you leave your home market, technically you're supposed to give them a per diem. I talk to people all the time in coaching sessions, they don't even know what per diem is. Give these guys a per diem, you know what I'm saying? Take that $50, take the hit on that $50 and give these guys a per diem. Final mile guys, maybe once a week, treat your guys to lunch. Hey guys, lunch is on me. Stop at Jimmy John's or stop wherever. I'm going to send you guys $50. If it's two guys on the truck, that's $25 a piece. Stop and get you guys a nice meal. Show your guys that you care. I'm telling you, whenever I jump on a truck, I always pay for lunch. I always pay for lunch. I let my guys, if they need to do a personal move, I let them take one of the trucks and do the personal move. I don't charge them. I just say, put the gas back. A lot of things that I didn't do back in the day, I was a stickler. Like, I'm a not nicer person now, and I need to do these things because I need to keep the morale as high as possible, because it's just hard to find people. So the few guys that I have left sticking around, I have to really take care of them. All right. So it's you have to offer incentives, and you got to do these nice things to keep people around. All right, less workload. And this is one of the main ones that goes back to what we talked about in the start of this presentation, especially dealing with Generation Z. My generation, millennials, Generation X, boomers, we work hard. It's just in our DNA. Generation Z, no, they not doing you guys have to understand and know this. You got to know this. You can't get upset. Generation Z, which is the generation that we need to keep a lot of this stuff going, right? Because they're replacing the boomers and they're replacing the millennials and they're replacing Generation X. They don't want to work. It goes back to what I said earlier. Influencers, streamers, sneaker resellers, gig workers. They want their time to do what they want to do when they want to do it. They're not finna do all this stuff that we had to do coming up, right? What happens, my generation, I graduated from college, 03. You know what? Couldn't get a job. What is the first thing person graduated from college back in the 90s, early 2000s? The easiest job you can go get is a sales job, making $28,000 a year, $32,000 a year doing cold calling. These cats ain't doing that when they graduate from high school. They're not going to college. They're not finna go make $50,000 or $48,000 a year going working for one of these companies, doing sales work, working at Salesforce, cold calling people. No, they finna go drive Uber, they finna go drive Lyft, and they finna make 100. But they're gonna do it on their time, when they want to do it, how they want to do it. They're not finna be confined to an office, to a cubicle for 8 to 10 hours a day. They're not finna do it. All right. They want to work less. They want to work less and play more. And it just is what it is. So you got to find a way to, and I know this sounds crazy, but trust me, I know what I'm talking about. You got to find a way to, and it sounds crazy, to pay them handsomely, but decrease the workload. Now, I know you're probably like, what the hell are you talking about? But this is the truth. So whether it's paying a handsome amount, but cutting their time down, you might not, it might be, and it may be a little bit difficult for middle mile if you got somebody running over the road, but let's talk final mile. man, 5-6 days a week, that ain't cutting it. If you're running a 6-day-a-week contract for XPO, let's say for Home Depot, you got Generation Z, they not showing up to work 6 days a week. They not. They're gonna call off one of those days, maybe twice. So maybe 3 days a week, maybe 4 days a week, and then scattering those days, maybe not back to back, learning these guys' pattern. That's something that I had to teach myself. Now, if the guy got a pattern, I know he calls off every Saturday or every Sunday or whatever the day, I see a pattern, right? I'm not going to schedule him on Saturday. You know, I know we're not at a time now where I can be like, you know, you call off every Saturday, man, don't come back to work, man. There's plenty of people lined up that want this spot. It's not like that no more. You know, 7-8 years ago, it was like that. Now you got to deal with people. I talked to somebody that manages the McDonald's. They said, man, if a person does a no call, no show, we don't even fire them no more. It just is what it is. We happy to see them if they show up the next day. I said, what you mean if they don't call, a no call, no show, so they just don't call, they don't call off nothing. They don't show up. They just don't show up. We can't fire them because we don't have enough people. It's different now. It's different now. So you got to kind of learn people's patterns. You got to decrease their workload. I know it sucks, but Generation Z just don't want, you can't pile so much work on them. You have to figure out a way to trick them mentally that you're giving them the workload, but you're not giving it all to them like in one sitting or something. So you might want to schedule, if you want to schedule them 4 days a week, let's say for Final Mile, you might want to schedule them every other day. Because 2 days back to back, they get to complaining and tripping. They just not like us. All right. So you might want to schedule them Monday, Wednesday, Friday. You know what I'm saying? Middle mile, you may not be able to keep them out on the road that long. You may not be able to keep them out on the road that long. You know what I'm saying? Maybe 2 days at the most. And then that means you're not going to be able to send them far. So it may be a little bit more difficult for middle mile, but I'm telling you, Generation Z, they don't want to work. Now, as far as older generations, millennials, Generation X, I talked to these generations, and even earlier in the chat, someone said they don't want to be over the road. A lot of people don't want to be over the road. I had a coaching session earlier. The young man says he wants to switch over to Final Mile for 2 reasons. One, because middle mile, the spot market is not good anymore. And he doesn't want to be over the road. No one wants to be over the road anymore. It's not like how it was back in the day. All right. People have other opportunities. There's too much going on. People got gadgets. People got phones where they like, man, 10 years ago, you can be over the road and it sucked, but you just dealt with it. It ain't like that no more. There's too much going on that people just don't want to be over the road. All right. So you gotta lessen the workload some way, some shape, some form. You can't just beat people like you could before and just work them to their hands blister. You just can't do it no more. All right, let's take a look at this graph. This is a graph that shows the yellow is going to be the growth of e-commerce in the past couple years. All right. And the green is going to represent employment as far as every other industry. And the red is going to represent the trucking industry. So as you can see, e-commerce is steadily growing, but employment is not growing with it. And when I speak on employment, I'm speaking of industries. This is not gig. Because if there was a graph for gig, you would see it going up like this. You probably can't see my mouse cursor, but you would see it going up. It wouldn't be going up at the rate of the yellow for consumer spending as far as e-commerce is concerned, but it would definitely be going up and to the right, way past the green and way past the red, because obviously more people are getting into gig work. This red, what you see here, next year, you're going to see that going down. It's already going down. It's just the numbers, the statistics aren't out yet for the year. The reason why it started to ascend is because, like I said, the PPP, people were getting into it. But as you guys know, people are exiting now. All right. So you're going to see that take a dip next year for sure. People just aren't jumping in. People just aren't working. So the whole purpose of me showing this graph is that e-commerce is steadily growing. this is growing, but it's not ascending with the at the level that consumer spending is going for e-commerce. All right, so I'm gonna take some Q&A. That's pretty much it. Hopefully you guys got some understanding from that. Just wanted to break that down on a live and talk about it. And I'll do some Q&A. I see some questions in here, and we'll get into that now. All right, so let me pull it up. What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? I have a box reefer, Raleigh, North Carolina in the building. I have a box reefer and thought about Amazon for Pete, but it's nothing. People jumping on them so quick is not worth it. Yeah, a lot of people have been asking me about the box reefers. There's more opportunity in dry box trucks, but you know, this is what people are doing, man, and it's messed up. And I meant to show something too when I was showing that more opportunities. I'm gonna pull that back up. People are just jumping from one thing to the next without taking the time to fully do the research. They're just running, and this is the reason why they're in the position that they're in now, failing, because they got this money. They saw Bandman Cavill do a video, saw somebody else do a video, and that you can make $1 million with a box truck, and they just took their money and ran and did it. Now they're thinking, oh, well, I go get a reefer truck. I can deliver groceries or fruits and vegetables, but they don't understand that the opportunity for a box reefer is different than the opportunities that for a 53 foot reefer container. And then a lot of those food reefer loads are pretty much going on 53 foot, and they're going to big companies. Like, there is a big liability aspect when you're running a reefer that a lot of people don't think about. All right, you have to set that temp. A lot of people don't understand. Yo, you got to load of shrimp, and I'm speaking because I'm not going to. I know somebody that made this mistake. You got a load of shrimp delivering for Walmart. He's probably watching. He might get mad. Whatever. Delivering shrimp. Say you got a load of shrimp. You're delivering. Let's say for Walmart or whatever. You picked up at the DC. All right, the distribution center. If you don't set that temp, that whole load of shrimp is ruined. And guess who's going to pay for that? You are. You are. Why? Because you have to do the morally correct thing. Damn, I didn't set the temp. Now, this whole load of shrimp is ruined, because if you make that delivery, now all these people are going to buy that shrimp, and guess what? Everybody's going to get sick. And it's still going to get traced back to you. And not only now is that liability on you, you got people suing, so then they're going to further those lawsuits. All right. Another thing is those opportunities aren't plentiful for box trucks. They're not. A lot of companies aren't going to go with an independent owner operator. They're going with the big boys because of what I just spoke on. You know what I'm saying? So I think people need to stop panicking and take this time to really do some research and figure out how they want to transition. Real quick, I want to show you guys something. I meant to show it on the when I was doing the presentation, but let me pull it up now real quick. Where is it at? Let me show it. Here's a roadie logo. I know I was telling people to start signing up for those gig apps months ago. Let me show you something from today. This is today, all right? In my market this morning. You got Amazon, you got middle mile routes that's not paying like this. This is for fanatics, all right? This is a route 76 miles from Chicago to the suburbs. You can see the route. This route paid $500. All right. This route paid $500. 3-hour route. 3-hour route right here. 3 hours. 76 miles, 29 stops, delivering t-shirts and jerseys for fanatics. The heaviest item was 2 pounds. The total weight of the whole 34 items was 20 pounds. $500. $500. You don't need a truck. You don't need a van. You can do that in your car. Here goes another one. This one paid $478. It's a little bit farther. It's 100 miles, but Chicago's a big city, so you got suburbs that are 75, 100 miles out. All right, so Chicago, this route took them all the way out to this suburb, right, to McHenry. This route paid damn near $500. This was another 3-hour route. 32 items. Heaviest item, obviously 2 pounds because it's t-shirts and jerseys. Total 32 items, 19 pounds total for the whole 32 items, right? 28 deliveries. Damn near $500. So you got people out here spending $1,000, $1,200 a week on a 26-foot box truck that is not making this in a day. They're taking $200, $300 loads going one way, and I'm showing you loads that you can do in your personal car, in your personal vehicle, making good money. So now, don't get it twisted. It's not going to be like this in every market. You might not be blessed to live in LA. You might not be blessed to live in New York. You might not be blessed to live in Chicago. When I'm saying blessed, I'm speaking as far as this is concerned. You're blessed because you're living, you're here with me, you're breathing air and things of that nature. I'm just speaking. But there's opportunities out there to make money right now. All right. You don't have to just run. If maybe the box truck thing may not be for you, maybe the cargo van thing may be for you. Here's an opportunity. I'm showing you opportunities that you can make $500 in 3 hours in your personal car, just delivering novelty college team t-shirts and jerseys for fanatics. It is what it is. There's opportunity there. So why go and spend another 90 grand on a different box truck that just got a cooler in it and you weren't successful? And I'm not speaking to you. I'm just speaking in general, because a lot of people keep hitting me with this reefer thing because they're thinking with, well, the essentials aren't going anywhere. But man, essentials is a different ball game with a box truck. And I don't think a lot of people understand that. These damn companies underpay us experienced box truckers. I had to fight to get $16 an hour being a Class B operator. $16 for a Class B operator, and this is like I'm saying, here's a $500 run in your personal car. You see what I'm saying? And I've been telling people this is going to be the name of the game. There's more opportunities in small parcel final mile due to e-commerce, and there are companies that are willing to pay because they're passing these rates along to the consumers, and the consumers are purchasing. They're purchasing. Anybody that has an Amazon load board, you can show me a load. You're gonna pull up loads right now that's not paying this in a 26-foot box truck. In a 26-foot box truck, and I'm showing you can make this type of money in 3 hours in your personal car delivering t-shirts. I said I'm gonna start showing the proof, man. Usually when I talk about it, but man, people want proof. I'm gonna show you proof. All right. I'm just, I'm gonna start, and you know what? I'm gonna go out and I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna take a big ass box truck and go do one of these runs and show you that what it is. It's gonna be overkill, but it is what it is. I'm gonna actually go out and do one. Hold on, let me pull this up and do one. Yeah, how do I? Let me see. Let me get rid of that just to show it. All right, let me pull this up. Amazon, what is this? They have, where do we leave off at? Generation Z likes that quick money. Generation Z definitely likes that quick money. That's why I was showing that opportunity, or that way that you can pay them, cash them out, allow them to cash themselves out daily. These darn companies underpay us. I read that one already. Just quick money. They have a false sense of security. You talking about Generation Z has a false sense of security? V-Man, what's going on? Amazon saying they are planning on layoffs. They are not lying. They will be laying off a bunch of box truck drivers at the beginning of the year. You know what? That's something that I know, but I'm not going to speak on it because it seems like when I speak on Amazon, relay, and I tell the truth and the stuff comes, I just get I just get it. You know what I'm saying? So I, y'all know what it is. I've been saying it. I'm just not gonna continue to be the dead horse. But y'all already know what it is because it's playing out. Everything I've been saying has been playing out. What's good, my boy Mark? Love your content. Tap in every Tuesday. Darrell, appreciate you for tapping in with me. I appreciate it, man. Thank you very much. You have to pay your drivers. You definitely got to pay your drivers. You got to pay your helpers too if you're running final mile. 16 an hour for box truck driver. What state? No, he said 16 an hour for class B. So he's driving a oh no, he's a class B box trucker, experienced box trucker. Yeah, I don't know what state he's in. Hey Joe, what state are you in? I have found it is a great idea to get to know your market manager and ask for an increase in rates accordingly. Those guys will lowball you. Yeah, if you know the operations managers and things like that in these logistics companies, you can definitely work your number if you can. But I think you run XPO, so that's like good luck with that one because they sticklers, man. I've tried to negotiate with them in the past, man. They don't budge. It is what it is. Because guess what? If they can't get you to do it, they have their own company drivers that'll go out and do it. Either way, with XPO is going to get done. So they don't have that, that leverage that I used to use back in the day. Like you can't pull that with them. That's a fact. I know a lot of people that work part-time at UPS because of the great benefits. Yeah. I know a young lady who is a successful hairdresser and she works part-time at UPS because obviously she does hair. She makes a lot of money doing hair. It's cash, but it doesn't provide the benefits. She goes and works 4 hours at night at UPS for the benefits. So I know somebody like that as well. They will wait, Mark. Your guys will wait, but like we had that conversation Sunday, man, a lot of people not gonna wait 2-3 weeks to get paid. They need that money once a week, and a lot of companies now have spoiled workers to the fact where they can pay themselves every day. So, when you're a small owner operator, a small entrepreneur business owner, you still have to compete with the larger companies, and the larger companies continue to make it hard as technology advances, with this whole cash payout at the end of your shift. Owner operators, small entrepreneurs, whether you own a restaurant or whatever, you're going to have to start implementing that because it's becoming the norm. So you're going to have people coming, they're going to want to know when they get paid. If you can't pay them every day, then they're not going to work. Grand Rapids, Michigan, in the building. Thank you for your time. Michigan Made Trucking, what's going on, man? Thank you for checking in. Send them to a chiropractor. Pay for gym memberships up to $25 a month. That's a good idea. I know some people that said they were going to implement that. I don't know if they did, but that's a good incentive to offer. Miss Red Nose Pit, what's going on? Thanks for checking in. That's how I feel now, and I'm an 80s baby. We run 3 to 4 days in each area we have. You running your guys 3 to 4 days? Make the job easier by providing proper tools for the trade, tools that make the job easier physically and mentally. Yeah. I think in final mile, yes. Middle mile requires less tools, just your pallet jack, maybe some other things on the truck. But I think that's a good what you're saying is good. I think the main thing, the first thing I touched on, I think that's going to be like a major factor in what's going to happen with trucking. If Generation Z doesn't start filling up some of these seats in the next 5 years, we can even stretch it out 10 years, but I'm going to say 5. So let's say 5 to 10 years. The next 5 to 10 years, the boomers are going to be out. They're gonna be out. They're gonna be collecting their SSI, whatever. They're gonna be out. All right. If for every 6 seats, only 2 Generation Z are filling every 6 seats, that's leaving 4 seats. It's probably going to get worse if technology continues to advance and Generation Z can continue to find ways to make a large lump sum of money just by doing things that I would have never thought people could make a career out of doing, like selling and reselling sneakers and stuff like that. It's just going to get worse. So, and it's going to make them even lazier. It's going to make them even lazier. I think a big part of everything I talked about solely wholeheartedly, most of it depends on Generation Z, because like I said, millennials and Generation X, we're pretty much already where we need to be mentally, and as far as career wise, we're already either doing it or have some idea or just already physically there. A lot of this that's going on is because of this younger generation and technology. It just is what it is. So true. You can't give them too much. They cannot handle it. They can't. Another I spoke on it too. Another thing, they just have a short attention span. They just can't. And the reason why, and I'm not beating up on them, this is what it is. And there's probably some Generation Z in here, and the Generation Z that's maybe in here, maybe this doesn't pertain to them. But when we're looking at it from a whole, it is what it is. They have a short attention span. Why? Because they're constantly in their phone. They got to check their phone. They can't. I remember in the 2000s, late 90s, no, let's say mid 2000s, when cell phones became more prevalent, when everybody had one, whether it was a prepaid or whatever, right? You couldn't go on the sales floor. If you worked in retail, you couldn't go on the sales floor with your phone. If you worked fast food, you couldn't have your phone on the floor with you, obviously for health reasons. You go to McDonald's or Burger King now, the people behind the counter, they got the phone in their back pocket. They steady pulling out their phone on the register. They got it on the thing, tapping on the phone, texting while they putting your order in, and they touching it with the gloves, and then they making your food after they touch their nasty phone that they put up with their ear boogers and their eye and they oil from their face and all this stuff, and they touching stuff. They can't live without their phone. I know everybody that's watching this can attest to this. You go to the restaurant, their phone is right next to the register. You standing there waiting for them to take your order, but they too busy taking. They sent you there, but they like it ain't like how it was back in the day. They don't even say, "Give me 1 minute." They gonna finish doing what they doing in their phone, then they gonna take your order. Their attention span is short. That phone done took over everything. So yeah, they can't do too much because they gotta. And a minute or two go by, they gotta go check their phone. They gotta see how many likes they got. They gotta check the DM. All that stuff plays into part. What up, Mark? Thanks for the great content and info. Keep up the good work. Dre Low End, No End, Chicago in the building. Andre McKinney, thanks for checking in. Low End and No End. Hey, where you from the Low End? You grew up in the Low End? You from one of the buildings? The Ickies, the Taylors, Stateway? Wales, you from one of the buildings? Let me know. Market makes a big difference. Roadie in my area is lucky to see 5 roadie gigs a day here. Wow. Like, I'm going to take a screenshot of roadie first thing in the morning and prime time in the evening. And it's so full, you can't even see like the map. Like, all you see is the dots, and yeah. Market plays a big part on anything, not just gig work. It plays a big part, and even logistically, if you're dealing with a logistics company, say you're running final mile, if you're in a large area with a higher population, then obviously you're gonna have higher volume. That's just the way the industry works. Now, if you're running middle mile, you can pretty much go wherever you want. You know what I'm saying? You can go wherever you want. So yeah, it's unfortunate though, man. Yeah, roadie, here obviously from what I showed you, it pays exceptionally well. You should call brokers live and show that spot market isn't as great as people claim. Um, it's not as great as people claim, but you know, the people that are claiming it, you have to like. I think now after what happened last year, what's going on this year, I think people have some sense of um reality to know who's full of crap and who's not. You know what I'm saying? Like, it is what it is. The brokers are going to do what they need to do because their livelihood depends on it. You know what I'm saying? So, you're not going to find a broker that's going to sit around here and tell you that the spot market is crap because their livelihood depends on it. That's something I'll look into do, but I doubt if they want to come on with me because I don't run middle mile. So I'm gonna get straight to it, and they probably going. It's like putting them under pressure. I know Kirk, for those that watch On Track Trucking, he had a broker on the other day, but that's a broker he deals with personally, and I guess hooks them up. So, but that's something I've been trying to get on. I've been trying to get someone from Penske and someone from Enterprise on since August. They refused to come on. I actually showed the email where I reached out to Penske's PR department, their public relations department, their media department, to see if I can get someone, but they keep declining. They keep declining. They keep declining. So every time I go up 1,000 subscribers, I hit them up. I thought when I got to 5,000, I figured, okay, maybe they'll go hit them again at 6,000. So when I get to 7,000, I'm gonna hit them again and see if they're willing to come on. And I'm emailing them very, respectfully. I'm just saying, there's a lot going on. The box truck community, as far as the spot market rates, things of that nature, and we just want some clarification on why the rates are what the rates are, the mileage rates are what they are, and just some type of not even an explanation. Well, I guess you could say an explanation on why. We already know why they're putting these stipulations on, but it's always good to hear it out of the horse's mouth as far as these stipulations and requirements that you're putting, as far as uh, brick and mortar, mileage caps, uh, uh, um, brick and mortar mileage caps, and whatever other stipulations they're putting on. I can't think right now. I know there's quite a few of them, but they refuse to come on. So, yes, Generation Z has a false sense of security, like you said. They are into technology and think it would carry them through. Yeah, and as far as right now, it is carrying them through. There's a lot of millionaires. There's a lot of 21-year-olds driving Lamborghinis. There's a lot of 20-year-olds driving Lamborghinis. There's a lot of young YouTubers driving Lamborghinis at 19. It just is what it is, whether they're YouTubers, whether they're popular influencers, sneaker resellers, um, whatever, there's a lot of them. They're young. Even the guy that walks around and says, "This is a nice car. What do you do for a living?" Like, you can become a millionaire just walking around asking people that have nice cars what do they do for a living. So now there's a bunch of people that are Generation Zers, all right, that saw this guy get rich off just walking around asking people, "What do you do for a living?" Now you got people walking around knocking on people's doors saying, "This is a nice house. What do you do for a living?" Because they're hoping and they're praying that they can take that idea and switch it up a little bit, and then they can become a millionaire instead of going out getting a job. They're risking it all, not working, slumming it out, doing this, hoping they can be the next Daniel Mack. It is what it is. I'm alive, Mark. What's going on? Yeah, I thought about you today, man. I'm sorry that happened to you, man. I'm sorry that happened to you, man. But I wanted to reach out to you. You had to come back through Chicago, so hopefully you got on the load board and you found something here that would take you back home, man. Pippi Shortstock, and thank you for the donation. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Hold on. I gotta start using these. I got these damn. Hold on. Let me see some. Let me see. Thank you very much for the donation. I returned my rental 2 days ago. I was OTR for 4 months. Definitely eye opening. Why'd you return it? Were you not making the money? You didn't like being over the road? Yes, our guys run 3 to 4 days, no weekends. See that you got to cut days down. I know you run final mile. Like, I know you really want to run 5, 6, but man, you can't run guys like that no more. They're not gonna give you 5, 6 days one off no more. Joseph P, did you make anything being over the road while running? That's what I want to know, Joseph. Why did you step away? My bad. I'm back. Nobody should work for free. Yeah, you're right. No one should work for free. You know, I think no one's working for free anymore. People want to get paid now what they're worth. Like, I hate to use this like cliche, but the pandemic really it really changed a lot of things, and it's just like I said the other night. And I've been around for a while, so as far as a business owner, and I've seen multiple transitions just in business in general, and also in this industry. Like, there was a time where employees were dependent on employers. You could really work your number with an employee. Like, they knew not to play games with their employer. They knew it. They didn't try it because they knew their job was on the line, and they didn't want to jeopardize their livelihood. Now they'll play games with you all day. You know why? Because they know the employer is dependent on them now. They have the leverage. Employees have the leverage now because they have plenty of opportunities. They don't care if they don't care. Hey, Mark, I ain't coming tomorrow. They don't care how you feel. There's nothing you can do to punish them anymore, because guess what? They have plenty of opportunities to go out and make money. It is what it is. And there's not a lot of applicants lined up to take their spot, so they can come and go as they please. And this is with most businesses. This is the fast food industry. This is the trucking industry. This is with pretty much every industry. The employee has the leverage now. They've taken the leverage away from the employer, and it just is what it is. Generation Z will sit around with dirty grills and undies while on their device all day if you let them. It is what it is. Being in the moving industry, it allows me to go into a lot of people's homes. And I agree with you. There's a lot of people that live like Vikings out here, and you'll be surprised. I'll go into a downtown high-rise apartment, easily a $4,000 or $5,000 a month, $5,000 a month apartment. Floor to ceiling windows, corner unit, 180-degree view, skyline view, $5,000-$6,000 a month. Beautiful apartment. You go in that place, it looks like a stampede done came through it. Dust everywhere. It looks like they never dusted from the moment they moved in ever. Clothes everywhere, shoes everywhere, stuff everywhere, stuff, just a mess. And you're absolutely right. And this is how they live. And it just is what it is, because but you go into that little one part of the bedroom, you know what I'm saying, where you see the gaming setup, you see this multi-$1,000 gaming setup, and that little workstation area is pristine. Or it could be like a sneaker collector who will have a bunch of Container Store clear drop front clear sneaker boxes, and that little closet space is pristine. Like the layout and the presentation of it is just superb, but the rest of the place is just a pigsty. So I agree with you. The things that appeal to them as far as what they're interested in, they'll take care and keep it up. But the rest of the unit, a wrap. Ms. Red Nose Pit, I invested a lot and didn't get my ROI. Horrible dispatcher. Budget truck broke down at least once a month, and budget is also going up on their rates top of the year. So Joseph P, are you just done with box trucking because you're like you're the second person this week that's told me to turn their truck in? It's only Tuesday. So are you done with it, or are you going to try to re-enter maybe into the cargo van? Are you going to try to do something else? Or yeah, spot market is an art. Keep calling till you get what you want, but that's not easy these days. Be careful who you choose as dispatch. They ultimately run your business. Do your due diligence. Absolutely true, Joseph P. Most of them are straight garbage. Second time trying to use a dispatcher, I outdid them, finding loads clearly prominent on DAT they weren't even seeing. It's all a mindset. Well, Joseph, I hope you transition, man. I hope you transition. It sucks, man. Especially during peak season, there's a lot of people exiting right now. I don't know, but maybe if you weren't making the money, now is a better time than running all December, because January is going to be bad. It's going to be bad. I truly believe to be a great dispatcher, you should have been a driver, so you understand all the details that are important. Just saying. It's funny. A lot of people that were, let's say, content creators or box truck gurus last year, earlier part of this year, I saw that a lot of them transitioned over to dispatching, or you got a lot of people that are just up now and dispatchers. You see a lot of these fake ads, or I wouldn't even consider them fake ads, just exaggerated ads on Indeed about making X amount of dollars a week in your cargo van or box truck. So I agree with you. I think they're going and paying for these little courses that these influencers are selling them, and they clearly don't know what they're doing. And it's sad that this is a space, and I don't know, maybe people are preying on other spaces, but this is a space that people are preying on people on, and it's just not ending up well for people. You put your trust in somebody, they're telling they can do X, Y, and Z for you, and they're just not skilled enough to do it, and it puts you in a tricky situation, and ultimately you succumb to it. It's just unfortunate, man. Mark, do you think it will be about 3 years before things reset? It depends. I can tell you one thing. First quarter of next year is going to be very bad. Second quarter depends on One of the main things that I'm looking for next year is who's running for president for 2024. The candidates are going to determine how the rest of, I think it's going to be a big influence on how the rest of 2023 is going to play out. If there's any candidate that's going to be a strong candidate that puts FUD out there, and once again, for those that don't know what FUD is, fear, uncertainty, and doubt, it's going to keep things the way that they are. It just is what it is. So I'm kind of waiting to see what we're looking for as far as candidates who are running for president. I'm also keeping an eye on Putin because he made a lot of threats that he hasn't cashed in on yet. So, and when I take a person for their word until they show me otherwise, and he's still in power. So there's a lot of things that he threatened that he was going to do that he hasn't cashed in yet. And I'm keeping the eye on who's running for president in 2024. I can't give a forecast on that yet, but I know next year, first half of next year, ain't gonna be good. Maybe in March, I'll give a deeper forecast on the following on the remainder of 2023 and going into 2024. But I don't want to jump the gun right now. I can tell you one thing though, and you know, I don't really speak political on this channel. But I can tell you one thing as far as inflation is concerned, the current administration that we have in office right now, they don't understand inflation. They don't know how, they don't understand it to fix it. All right. They don't understand it. The current administration, all right, as far as inflation is concerned, I'm not speaking on other politics and things of that nature. As far as inflation, I don't think the current administration fully understands how to deal with it. So that's as far as I'm going to speak as far as that. Miss Randall Pitt is different based on your state and timing because sometimes they have Amazon discount, pay $500 a week, but also 18-cent miles. So if you run 3,000 miles a week, that's another $500. This dude did a short on YouTube with a U-Haul truck, got called out and got real ghetto defensive telltale signs of the cap. What dude you talking about? He did a short on you with a U-Haul truck as far as what get a box truck business or something like that, telling people that the box truck industry is booming. Here's how, listen guys, here's how you can tell, and this is regardless of if you see people with a truck in their videos, their shorts or things of that nature. Here's how you can tell if someone is capped. One, wait till they put out a plethora of content. Just don't start taking people if you see they have a new channel, because guess what? Once upon a time, I had a new channel, right? Don't take people's word for what it is when they first start out. Give them some months. Look to see how they build their content. Once they start building their content, check to see if they can go, if they go live. See what type of videos they're putting out and check. You can listen to a person and tell if they know what they're talking about. All right. You can tell if a person knows what they're talking about. All right. I feel like a person who's really doing this or has done this should be doing lives. Why? Because when you put yourself on live, you put yourself in front of the people for Q&A. And this is where the battle testing happens at. All right. You get battle tested when you go live for Q&A because people are going to ask questions. And a lot of these guys won't do a live because they can't answer questions because they're capped. This is how you can tell. Don't take people's word. One, if they don't do lives, if you can't interact with them and ask them questions, if they're not putting themselves out there in front of the people, then that's a sign that, yo, it may be some cap. Wait till they build up a plethora of video. If they're not dropping content constantly, then that's another sign. And then the content that they are dropping, listen to what they're talking about. You can tell a person that doesn't know what they're talking about. Are they giving you general information or are they going in depth? Also, are they giving you real life experiences that they have encountered? All right. If they're not giving you none of that stuff, then you know it's cap. But one of the main things I would say, yo, if they're not doing no lives, then I would probably, not, deal with them, because I see channels out there and you can tell that they're just trying to get the YouTube check. They're trying to build it up, you know what I'm saying? But it is what it is. You guys gotta, I'm giving you what to look out for. I also did the scam live on what to look for, as far as the courses and things of that nature. But I'm also I'm giving you the YouTube sauce now. You know what I'm saying? This is what you need to look for. Person needs to go live. They gotta go live. If they not going live, that means they scared to interact with the people. Because guess what? Person gonna ask them a question they not gonna have the answer to. And they're not going to put themselves on Front Street like that. And then their content. You got to look at their catalog of content. How much information are they giving? Is the information general, or are they just talking about themselves and then telling you to buy into whatever it is they're selling? If they're pushing a product on you, but they're not pushing information to you, then that's another telltale sign that, it's probably cap. I was 15 cents, but 18 doable. How the railroad strike will affect the box truck freight. If the railroad strike happens, I know Biden been trying to stop it. He's been successful at putting it on pause for the past 4 or 5 months. If it happens, it's going to affect it, because one, all that stuff that's coming from the port, a lot of it goes to the rails. So that means it's going to be the ports are going to start getting backed up. If the port starts getting backed up, then that stuff ain't going to go on the trains to run across the country so that it can get middle mile to other warehouse and fulfillment centers so that box truckers can pick up these partial loads. So it's definitely going to affect it. It's definitely going to affect it, because it's going to affect it from point A. That's going to back up the ports. It's going to back up the ports, because the trucks ain't going to waste the time going to the ports to pick up the containers if they have no rail yard to take it to, because the rail yards are unmanned, because everybody's standing outside the gate with picket signs and the inflatable rack. So it is what it is. It's definitely going to affect it. Those rates have been parallel historically, I heard. It's crazy. I read a few trucking companies that have been in business 25 years are shutting down. Yeah. I mean, we had something similar like this happen in 2019 too, guys. It's not going to be what happened in 2019. This is obviously going to be worse than 2019. But 2019 was bad. New England Motor Freight shut down. A bunch of other companies that were nice, sizable trucking companies came down. Unfortunately, I think a lot of the companies that are going to fold this year, a lot of them are going to be companies that have only been around a year or two, companies that were startups within the past 2 years due to the pandemic. There's going to be some larger companies that are going to fold, but those numbers that we're seeing, like last week, with the week before last, like in the last 5 weeks, the number is higher now. So, like saying in the last 6 weeks, over 10,000 authorities have got deactivated. So it's probably way over 10,000 now, because 2 weeks ago was 10,000. I haven't checked. I didn't check last week because it was the holiday, and I haven't checked this week. So, yeah, a lot of companies buy us. It's in the thousands by the week. Yeah, but a lot of these big companies, some of the big companies are going down, but your big ones, your JB Hunts and your Schneiders and those companies. Now, some of those big companies that depend on intermodal, like those, not as big as JB Hunt and not as big as Schneider and things of that nature. If this railroad strike goes into effect, those mid-sized trucking companies, they're gonna fold. Depending on how long the railroad, if it happens and how long it goes on, a lot of those mid-sized companies that run specifically like intermodal, yeah, they're gonna feel it. I never seen a U-Haul at Amazon or in the field on spot market. Someone asked for his numbers in chat. You gotta what's the page? I want to go look it up. somebody rented a U-Haul truck to run Amazon Relay. Hey, Michael, you got the YouTubers channel? I want to go check that out. My dispatcher didn't even know simple laws. Told me not to use ELD. Wanted me to run overweight. It was bad, man. They're a known company too. When you say they're a known company, they're a known company on Instagram, because you got different known companies. You got like really known companies because they're a staple in the industry, as far as like they're known, like they got their Better Business Bureau known. And then you got these influencer known, I would call them, dispatcher companies, because the influencer has 70,000 followers on Instagram, and the influencer is more popular than the company. So is it one of those known dispatcher companies, or is it a real, like, they got a Better Business Bureau rate, like one of those dispatcher companies? Which one is it, Joe? It's 9:15 here, and the Amazon board is empty the day after Cyber Monday. Hey man, I'm not talking about Amazon no more, man. I don't want no smoke. I'm peaceful, man. I'm peaceful. Everything I said about Amazon has happened. And I just don't want no smoke. I said what I said. I was right. It is what it is. I don't want no smoke with nobody. It is what it is, man. So I don't know. I'm gonna leave that one alone, man. I don't want no smoke. I don't want no smoke, man, because people ain't making money. And I'm not speaking to anybody, I'm just speaking in general. You know what I'm saying? And that's why the sentiment right now in the whole box trucking community is just down. It's very dismal. And it's sad. The young man right here, Joseph, said he turned his truck in. Somebody else told me they turned their truck in. I had somebody message me, said they got scammed by a broker. Brokers are like, it's bad. Brokers got to scam people so they can get people to, like, it's unfortunate. It's upsetting. But I'm just gonna say it's unfortunate. It's upsetting. It's you got to find a way to transition. I'm trying to be politically correct without. I don't want to beat a dead horse. I don't want to beat a dead horse. You know what I'm saying? But we didn't know this day was coming. I said it was coming. It came. But you kind of gotta find a way to transition. I think in most people's cases, that with what's going on now, you got to take it as a lesson learned. All right. I think a lot of people now are going to, the people who are going to re-enter, they're going to re-enter with a lot more caution. They're going to do a lot more due diligence. I think there was a way to enter into this industry earlier this year, latter part of last year, where you could possibly maintain what's going on now if the operator would have entered exercising caution by doing due diligence and really researching the business you're getting into. A lot of people just jumped in. And it's unfortunate, but man, to say that the Amazon board is empty a day after Cyber Monday, I don't know, man. I'm just not going to talk about Amazon like that until next year. I'm giving Amazon a break, man. I was right. It is what it is. I'm not going to expound on it because I don't want no smoke, man. I just want to be peaceful. It's Christmas time. You're right about not going live because this lady in the financial industry on YouTube just got put on blast about scamming. She pushed her course on folks and never go live. She didn't show up for live event. Yeah, so a big part of selling courses and providing content, you gotta go live. You gotta touch and speak to the people. You can't push information on people and then not allow the people to do a Q&A. And like I said, the people don't want to go live because, there's going to be someone out there that's going to challenge you. There's going to be someone out there that's going to challenge you because they have the info, they have the knowledge, they've been doing it, and they can see through the BS, and then they're going to put you on blast. You know what I'm saying? So that's how you can tell, if a person is going to be a content creator, especially like doing this, they got to go live. That's how you can validate them. If they're not going live, then I wouldn't look at all your big box truck creators. And I'm not talking about the guys that you guys all follow. Not talking about me, not your motivation box trucking, not Big Vic, not the box truck, not who else is there? I'm thinking about the main ones, Kirk, the ones that are left around. So we got Kirk, you got Vic, you got the box truck couple, you got motivation box trucking, you got me, and who else? I know there's some small ones that on the up and coming. You got Entre Mike, you got Kirk. Entre Mike is into hot shots now. He's not even in the box trucks no more. Who else is there? Am I missing somebody? All right. But all these people go live. I think the box truck couple went live before. They don't go live often, but you see their journey. They're more of a vlog. You see their journey. Now, as far as information, now you got those guys that I named on YouTube, but now you got a whole nother side of the box truck atmosphere on Instagram who's not heavy on YouTube. And it's like I always say, YouTube is where you're really going to get the information because the platform allots for you to do your education. Instagram doesn't allot because you can't give the knowledge, you can't give the information on Instagram because well, the reel is only going to give you a minute. So what can you do with a reel unless you're going to sit there on Instagram live? But who's going to do that, right? So you got to look at the guys that are big on Instagram. If they do any type of webinar or something, they're going to charge you for it. They're not heavy over here. All right. They don't do lives. If they do a live, it's on Instagram and they're promoting an event. All right. So, it's I'm not going to call people out for what it is because it is what it is. People going to do what they got to do to get money, right? You know what I'm saying? They're going to hustle. You got to, from where I'm from, we don't knock people's hustle. We just don't do it. I can't do it. I can't knock somebody's hustle. But what I can tell you is I can train you on how to see the hustle and know if you're getting scammed. I'll tell you the scams. I can't knock somebody's hustle. All right. But I'll show you the scams. And I've showed people the scams, and you got to do your due diligence to know. The person ain't going live. If they're not willing to face the music and deal with the Q&A, then that should tell you something right there. If you got 100,000 Instagram subscribe followers and 2,000 YouTube subscribers, and you have no content telling people what to do, telling them how to get in the game, and a critical time like now where a lot of people are failing, and you consider yourself a guru, you have a moral obligation, I would think, to create content to help people transition out of whatever it is they're failing in. Obviously, right now the spot market is the issue. So people are coming with, man, I need to do this, I need to do that. And my content has been transition. I'm telling you about gigs, I'm telling you about this, I'm telling you about cargo vans. All right. If they're not telling you this and they're steady pushing that same thing on you that the whole industry is failing at right now, and it's common knowledge that the rates are down, but they're still pushing this narrative that you can make a lot of money. Like, what more else do you need to know what it is at this point? People revoking authorities left and right. Yeah. It was 2 weeks ago, it was over 10,000 in the last 5 weeks. So I'm pretty sure it's way over 12 now. I've also seen U-Haul on the Amazon dot. See, and if you're seeing U-Hauls on the Amazon dot, then that's just letting me know right now it's getting ghetto. It's getting ghetto. It's getting ghetto. It's getting ghetto. certified hood classic. It's a hood classic at Amazon. It was the funniest thing I ever seen. Man, tell me, I would love to see that. When Amazon isn't putting anything on that, you know it's not good out there. Yeah, let me know, man, if you find it, man. I'm curious, man. I want to see that. Man, you talking about U-Haul trucks on the Amazon dock. This is a certified hood classic. It's a hood classic. Never seen Buddy from Atlanta go live. Hey man. I've seen him go live on Instagram as far as to promote his events, but as far as doing like how I do with presentations and slideshows and PowerPoint presentations, actually teaching things from my knowledge point and from my experience. No, I haven't seen that. I've seen him go live to promote his meet and greets, but I don't knock anyone's hustle, man. I feel like I'll teach people how not to. I'll teach people how to put value or how to place. It's just like I always say, value is what a person is willing to pay for something. You place the value on it if you pay for it, but you have to do your due diligence in order to know if what you're placing this value on is really what it is. Now, you got me sitting up here Sunday nights, Tuesday nights, Thursday nights. This PowerPoint presentation, for those of you who missed it, that took time. That took 3-4 hours out of my day to put that together. You know what I'm saying? That's time. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm not going to get up here and just talk and not have some sort of visual and things of that nature. And I'm doing this every week. This is what, number 19 or whatever number it is, 17. So that's 17 weeks on Tuesday that I've been here. You know what I'm saying? And I just feel like if you're going to provide content, you have a moral obligation. Your moral compass should kick in, especially at a time like now where there's a lot of people really struggling. I just feel like you have a moral obligation that you should be putting out content to provide solutions. But I still have to hold the consumer accountable as well, because are you looking at the bigger picture, or are you just buying into the personality? Now, if you're buying into the personality, then that's fine. So don't get upset when you buy into the personality and you purchase that, whatever it is, course or this, that, or the third, and you feel like you don't get your value because you bought into the personality. That's on you. And that's why I don't get upset, because I can see through the BS. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people buying into these personalities instead of buying into the actual content, or doing their due diligence to find out if what they're going to purchase as far as these ebooks, these e-courses, or whatever it is, these mentorships, is going to be worth what it is. And then they get upset. Like, you got to do your due diligence, man. And like you said, man, those people ain't gonna go live, man. They just not gonna do it. You're crushing everybody Amazon dreams. And you know what? Somebody told me that to lay off Amazon, because I said something was gonna happen. I got ridiculed for it. It happened. And now that it happened, and I'm not speaking to anybody indirectly, when people don't make money, they get upset. If you invest into something, and I'm not speaking to who you think I'm speaking, who y'all think I'm speaking to. I'm speaking to just the whole situation. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people was banking on this peak season and these rates, because no matter how many times or how many videos I said, yo, you're not going to see it. You damn near might not even see a peak season. You definitely not going to see those rates. All right. And when I told them why, when I said, yo, the peak season is going to go to final mile. It's not going to go to relay. It's going to go to final mile. When peak season finally does come around, the DSP is going to see that. They're going to see that volume. People still didn't believe me. Now it's here. So I understand, people was banking on it because last year they saw it and they just thought, people just had this thing in their head that this is going to be deja vu all over again. But yo, I told you. Everything I said has fell into place. Everything. It's damn near, well, it ain't scary to me, but somebody DM me like, man, it's scary how everything you've been talking about, I've just watched it all fall into place. So I was advised not to talk about it, especially right now, because it's a sentimental, it's like real touchy right now in the box truck space. And, people ain't, it's just probably just not in good taste to beat a dead horse and like say, I told you so, you know what I'm saying? So I'm not going to do that. I'm going to exercise some, professionalism, and I'm just going to, not say anything. But it's unfortunate though, man. I just wish people would have, take heed to the warnings and don't put all the eggs in one basket. Then this is the convo I wish I heard earlier this year. Yes, it was different in February. Yeah, I wasn't on YouTube in February. So, the whole purpose, I got on YouTube. I didn't even know this community existed. I didn't know of Big Vic and the Box Truck Couple and none of these other guys until I created a channel. My whole purpose of creating a channel, because I saw Bandman Kevo's video. And that video was so much cap. I said, oh, hell no, I'm going to make a YouTube and put out the true information. Then when I created my YouTube and started creating content, that's when I started, seeing other content creators' videos and things of that nature. And I'm a final mile guy, and there was just no content on final mile. I know middle mile, obviously. I know the economics of trucking, and that's why I speak on a lot. And when I saw that no one was speaking on that, and I saw that there was a lane for me to speak from an economical side and carve out my own lane in the community outside of talking about the stuff everybody else was talking about, take my expertise and go that way. That's when I saw people's eyes open. Yes, I made a lot of forecasts that might have seemed left field for some people at the time because everybody was in that euphoric phase, and I dealt with that backlash then, but now it's here, and everything I said, has fallen into place. But it's just unfortunate, back then, if I would have been around back then, let's say February or latter part of last year, man, I probably would have been getting death threats because everybody would have been preaching back then when everything was good. I would have been telling you, man, just wait 9-10 months down the line. Save your money. I'm telling you, it's going to go the opposite way. But people wouldn't have wanted to take in that information because rates were $25 million a mile and everybody was making money, and they didn't realize that they were getting screwed by the rental companies or getting screwed by this person, that person, because the rates were so high. So they didn't realize, they didn't really feel their exorbitant fixed costs that they were paying, right? They were going out spending $85,000, $90,000 on a box truck that was really only $30,000, $35,000. So if I would have got on back then, I would have definitely had some death threats because I would have been like, yo, I'm telling you, you better save that money. Are you crazy? You just spent $90,000 on a freight, a 2016, 2015 Freightliner. Are you crazy as hell? People would have hated me. So, it is what it is. I think everything that's going on now is a learning experience, and people understand now that the economy plays a big factor into the trucking industry. Also, if you're running a lane in the trucking industry where 100% of this freight that you're moving is based on consumer buying behavior, you need to understand and know this. A lot of people just think people are just going to always buy. And, I had a conversation with some gentlemen yesterday, and they're like, man, they're saying there's record numbers, right, for Black Friday as far as revenue is concerned. And people were saying, I don't see it because everybody I talked to said they're not buying nothing. Everybody I spoke to said they didn't buy nothing. I spoke to a few people and said, so how is it record numbers? But it's just like I spoke on a week or two ago. The numbers are higher due to inflation. Volume is low. Retailers can sell a lot less volume, right, than the previous year and make more money because things cost more. I'm looking at things that I bought a month ago at regular price, right? I saw something yesterday on Cyber Monday that I bought a month ago, a piece of equipment. I bought it at regular price a month ago, and its Cyber Monday sale was more expensive than when I bought it at regular price a month ago. Listen to me again. I bought a piece of equipment a month ago at regular price, and the Cyber Monday sale price was more than what I paid for this item a month ago at regular price. So, this is the game. And this is how. Now, I believe those numbers are true, but those numbers are true solely on the fact of inflation. Volume is clearly down. It's clearly down. You got people in this chat that are saying they're looking on the Amazon Relay Load board now and it's empty. I know that's true. You know what I'm saying? So I follow Trucking and James, and they are legit, I feel. I've heard the channel. If the content is if they're providing content where they're showing their journey, then yeah, it's legit. When I'm speaking on, as far as the lives are concerned, like when I'm speaking as far as the lives, it's like to people that necessarily don't show their journey. All right. So with me doing moving and final mile, you can't take cameras into people's homes. It's not like doing middle mile where you're on a truck and you're driving from Chicago to Houston, Texas, and you got a 10-hour drive and you can just talk. You know what I'm saying? You can't set up a tripod in someone's personal home doing moving. You can't hold a camera while you're carrying a couch up 2-3 flights of stairs. It's just not something that you can do. I've tried it when I first started YouTube. Some of my earlier videos, you see me doing moves and things of that nature, and the camera, because I bought the little harness that has the camera on your chest, and I'm carrying stuff, and all you see is the couch in front of me and then I bought the little head camera thing that you wear, but my head is going down. It just didn't work, and I tried it. I spent money on this stuff, and in this industry, you just can't do it. So, I got challenged because, well, how do you know you even do it? Even though I got videos, earlier in my career, in my YouTube, I guess, career, showing me out in the field doing work, I feel like it's my duty to do lives just so I can touch the people so that you can see that I have the knowledge base. I can answer your questions. I can speak to you, and you can say, yo, this dude know what the hell he's talking about. Now, if I was out, let's say like the box truck couple running middle mile, I can show you, but in my lane, you can't really do that. It's hard. You can't hold a camera while you're carrying stuff. The little harness thing, it's just not worth it. So I do my content from my computer setup, and I can sit here and have engaging conversations with people based on my experience and knowledge base to legitimize myself in this space. But other people who may not show their journey, I feel like they have I think they have a more obligation to legitimize their self by doing lives so that they can touch the people and do Q&As so that people can know, like, yo, okay, even though we don't see you doing it in a vlog, from a vlog perspective, like, he has a vast knowledge of the information. So either he's doing it or he's done it. He's legitimized. So your observation about going live is relevant to any niche. Great point. Yeah, I think I just feel like it's just if you're gonna provide content and you're going to classify yourself as an expert, you know what I'm saying? In order to sell something, a course or a coaching session, without even saying it, you're classifying yourself as some type of expert. I don't want to say guru, let's say expert, right? All right. I feel like you have a more obligation uh, to legitimize yourself, and the only way you can do that is by going live. If you're not in a space where you can vlog what you're doing, so like if you're in a moving or final mile like me, it's just not, you just can't do it. You can't hold a camera and carry furniture. You just can't do it. All right. So you have to legitimize yourself. So let's talk about dispatching. Right, dispatching is something where you can't vlog the experience because you're sitting at a desk, even if you do vlog it. So I think if you're going to promote yourself as a dispatcher, um, um, uh, you have a more obligation, right? Um, to legitimize yourself by going live and answering questions. You know what I'm saying? Because people need to know if you're really who you say you are. And the only way they're going to know that is by doing a Q&A. Because if you get stuck on the questions, you can't answer questions, you don't know, and you're pausing and you're not sharp and you can't speak from personal experiences and things like that, then there's some foo there. We call it foo, cap, foo, fugazi, so, and that's why you don't see a lot of these people go live. Buddy from ATL do have billboards. I saw it near Camp Creek exit shop, but hey, he doing him. Yeah, I heard about the billboards, and like I said, yeah, he doing it. You can't knock nobody's hustle. I don't knock nobody's hustle. Nobody. You know what I'm saying? You got to do your due diligence. I'm not playing 3-card Molly. I'm not playing 3-card Molly. I go to Vegas, it's cats on the strip playing 3-card Molly. I know the chick who's winning, she's in on the play. I know better than that. Me, I know better. I grew up where I grew up, so I can see through scams and BS and stuff, but I don't knock the people that's doing it. You know what I'm saying? So, you gotta know how not to get scammed. You gotta teach yourself that, because guess what? If it's not him, it's gonna be the broker. I got a sub that got scammed by a broker. He's in here. I'm not gonna put his business out. All right. You got somebody in here that said they dispatcher didn't know what the hell they was talking about. Why? I don't feel like you can look at it as the dispatcher scamming because the dispatcher is selling a service that they're not, that one, they don't fully understand, two, they're not knowledgeable on, and three, somebody else's livelihood is at stake based off what they're saying they can do, and they really don't have the knowledge base to do it, and ultimately it's setting him up for failure. So you can look at it as a scam, but then again, it may not be a scam. It's just they don't have the full understanding. But you got people on here selling courses for dispatch. It is what it is. You gotta do your due diligence, and you have to spend time with the content creator as far as watching their content, listening to them live, and things of that nature, to get a full understanding, get a full feel, one, if they're genuine or not, and know, two, if they really know what the hell they talking about. They sent one home because it wasn't Doc Height. Yeah, U-Haul definitely not Doc Height. But that's crazy. If you saying U-Hauls are pulling up to Amazon Relays, let me know that Amazon Relay has officially became a hood classic. It's a hood classic in Amazon. Time and energy. You can tell folks not to touch the fire because it's hot, but sometimes you got to feel the heat for yourself. That's true. it was the gross videos that captured most people. People saying they made $9K a week in a non-CDL box truck. You know what? There might have been a time late last year, beginning of this year, they probably were making that type of money because the rates were extremely high. But the transparency wasn't there. And I think in most cases, the transparency wasn't there because these guys really didn't know what it was either. A lot of those guys transitioned. I'm not going to call no names out, but there were some channels that have millions of views in box trucks from last year. And none of those guys do box trucking no more. One guy, he got a video that got over 1 million views, and this dude, all he does is guns now. He got out of box truck. He transitioned out of box trucking early this year. He don't even mention box trucking. He don't talk about it. Everything he does is guns. Guns. There's another guy. He's doing gig work now. Because the gig economy is what's booming. Said he sold his box trucks, whatever. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? But, some of these guys from last year, they weren't even scammers. I don't even classify those guys as scammers. You know what I classify them as? Professional YouTubers, professional content creators. They're going to provide content based off what the trends are. They're looking at Google Trends and they're looking at what's popular. All right, box trucking is popular. They're gonna make box trucks. Now, if they're professional content creators and they've been professional content creators for a couple of years now, they have the revenue. Their channel has the revenue coming in. So yeah, back last year, they could go out and buy a box truck. Right? They go buy a box truck. They make content with that box truck while it's popular. As soon as the box truck business goes from high on Google Trends to medium, they're exiting out of box truck, they're selling that box truck, and they're looking for whatever the next Google trend is high. If it's guns, they're doing gun content. It's gig work, they're doing gig content. When gig content isn't popular no more, when it was stocks in 2020, they were talking about stocks. When it was crypto in 2021, they was talking about crypto. Listen, they don't delete no videos. All you gotta do is go through the catalog of content. There's a guy, when I first started creating videos in April, I was checking out some of his videos. He was making moving videos. But before that, no, he started out making moving videos, and then now was making stock videos or crypto videos or reverse. He went from crypto to moving. I don't know. But the point, like, moving and crypto is two different categories that are far, far spread the hell apart, So that is a proof of this person being a professional content creator. Now, me, if I make box truck content, boom, and I tell you back in August that, yo, don't look for peak season, the rates are going to suck, this, that, and the third, and you say, Mark, go to hell, you don't know what you're talking about. I was running last year at peak season. I was making $25 million a mile. I'm exaggerating, but this is what people were so excited, so I'm going to exaggerate just to bring a little humility to it. I was making $25 million a mile last peak season, Mark. You know what the hell you talking about? It's August 29th. You don't know what the hell you talking about. I take that and I start creating content based around forecast and peak season. I also simultaneously start creating content based on solutions that I knew then that, you know what, I'm just going to create the solutions now so that I can revert back to this. So when it does happen, these are solutions that I can provide to my subscribers on how they can transition or supplement the income when the rates do go back. And that's when I started saying, you know what, sign up for these gig apps. Sign up now. Even if you don't use them, sign up now, because there's going to come a time where you may have to rely on this, and then they're going to have a waiting list. That I did not start creating that content. See how I set the stuff up? August, September, and now we here. So the stuff that I was talking about then, now we here, and now all my DMs is, Mark, what's this? Man, I'm on roadie. Man, look at this. Look at this. I'm telling people, I can show you the proof. I can show you the proof. Here it go. This is my market. This today. This is today. This is today. Here go the proof. And this is just fanatics. I can show you Walmart runs that were paying $30 a stop for one item. Here's all your Cyber Monday stuff right here. And I said this was going to happen. I said, don't look for middle mile. I said, don't look for it. I said, when peak season does finally tick up, it's going to be final mile. It's not going to be middle mile. You know? But it is what it is, you know? It is what it is. It is what it is. But I set it up. The people who followed, they sending me they testimonials like, bro, I'm glad I listened to you. You know, some people went over the final mile and said, man, Mark, listen to you, man, my business, I saved my business. I transitioned over the final mile. You know? But yeah, you know, these videos, unfortunately, a lot of these types of videos came from professional content creators. I wouldn't classify them as I wouldn't classify them as scammers. They're just professional content creators. Workers' wages is not keeping up with the inflation. No, they're not. And that's why it's hard finding drivers, and it's why it's hard keeping drivers for most owner operators. You know what I'm saying? A lot of owner operators are operating at exorbitant expenses. So, you know, I don't want to say they're cheating the drivers, they just don't have the margins to pay them. And that's why they can't find them, and that's why they can't keep them. But it's unfortunate. Now, companies that have deep pockets like Walmart, they can do a 27% bump from $87,000 to $110,000 for their drivers, for their company fleet, because they have deep pockets. And other companies are raising their wages. McDonald's here in my city is paying $20, $21 an hour. McDonald's. And guess what? Even though McDonald's is paying $20, $21 an hour, the day after Thanksgiving, there was a plethora of McDonald's and Burger King and other fast food restaurants in the city that couldn't open because not enough people showed up to work. So there were signs on plenty of fast food restaurants all across the city. There was a big Facebook post. Somebody went around and took pictures of a lot of the signs and a lot of the fast food restaurants. Due to a shortage of staff, we could not open today. Or due to a shortage of staff, the dining room is closed. Only 2 people showed up, so only the drive-thru would be open. And fast food restaurants here are paying $20 an hour, $20, $21 an hour. And they still can't get people to work, or they can't get people to come to work consistently. McDonald's is paying $20, $21 an hour. And if you stay on for 6 months, they'll give you an iPhone 14. Still can't keep people. So even companies that have deep pockets that can increase wages are still having difficulty attracting and keeping workers. Man, make sure y'all hit that like button for me, man. Hit that like button for me, man. We're engaged in a very good conversation regarding finding drivers and keeping drivers in the box truck industry. We're talking about the economy. We're talking about gigs. We're talking about Generation Z. We're talking about baby boomers exiting. Real engaging conversation. So if you're enjoying this live, hit the like button for me. I really appreciate it. Appreciate that, Ms. Red Nose Pit. The store traffic was like regular shopping days in my area. I heard that. I didn't go out Black Friday to any of the stores, but I heard it was regular days. Now, here's what I did hear. I heard at Walmart, I heard the lanes where like the Spark drivers and all the other gig drivers pull up, roadie, and where Walmart associates bring out the online orders on the side of the building where the gig drivers pull up in their cars when they bring the stuff out. I heard the side of Walmart was bananas. I heard the parking lot for the customers inside was a regular day, but I heard the gig driver side where they bring the stuff out to you, I heard that was bananas. A further testament to what I've been saying. A further testament to what I've been saying as far as the gig economy, small parcel final mile is where it was going to be at. And I said that. And that's why your Amazon Relay, your middle mile, DAT, low boards, all that freight that people were looking for peak season and not seeing it because that freight has been sitting in these warehouses all year because it was backed up due to the supply chain disruption from the pandemic and consumer buying behavior shifting, and when the supply chain started to pick back up, when these retailers finally started to get that stuff and the buying patterns had shifted, people weren't buying. They've only been buying essentials all year long. And that stuff has been sitting and sitting and sitting and sitting and sitting and sitting. And that's why, and that's what they're selling. Everybody has PlayStation 5. Guess what? If the economy was, I'm sure if the economy was fine, the PlayStation craze would be like it was last year. There would be none to be found. You would have to buy them from resellers. GameStop had PlayStation. Walmart had PlayStation. It might not be like that in every market, but in this market, they had PlayStation. They had the bundle packs, but they had PlayStation 5s. All right? You got to look at the full scope of this. And, you know, a lot of people were just caught in that euphoric phase from last year. Trying to keep authority active, LOL, middle mile different. Try curbside final mile, man. Try RXO. Try RXO or try RNL carriers, man. You know, try T-Force. They have Home Depot. One man curbside final mile in some markets. RXO has curbside final mount. RL Carriers has curbside final mount. You got to make those calls. You got to transition. I'm telling you now, you got to get on top of it because everybody's looking to transition out of middle mile right now to keep their business. So something you need to jump on ASAP. You said it, I didn't, D. You said it, I didn't, but you're right. What's some of your options in a box truck if you prefer no touch freight? middle mile. If you run in curbside final mile, you got to touch because you gotta use your pallet jack and your lift gate to lower the pallet off and pull it up the curb to the doorstep, the front porch, or into the garage or at the curb. So that's considered touch. The only way you're gonna get no touch freight is you're doing middle mile dock to dock, no touch. There's no other option. If you're looking for light duty work, then you're gonna have to go gig based, small parcel final mile. Other than that, middle mile. I mean, if you're running middle mile, you're gonna have to touch, man. You're gonna have to try curbside final mile. The most you're gonna get is a pallet, 1,000-pound pallet, maybe. Might be a pallet of flooring. But the worst you got to do is lift it up with your pallet jack, put it on your gate, lower it off your gate, and pull it to the curb, to the front door, or in the garage. You're not physically lifting. The pallet jack is handling all the weight. You may catch a situation where the customer may have a steep driveway where you may have to do some pulling and digging into the ground with your soles of your shoe to get it up. But you know, it could always be worse. You can come jump on this final mile and lug some 28 cubic foot refrigerators up 3 flights of stairs. So, you know, the option is yours. If you have the truck, and I know you said you turned your truck in, I believe, but if you're going to get back in and you don't want to run middle mile, you don't want to deal with the spot market, you can average that $50 a stop running curbside final mile, dropping off stuff at the curb or the front door, because everything is going to be palletized. Rick 5 empty also. Hey man, I'm staying away from that, man. I don't want no smoke with nobody, man. Hey man. You try to kick something off, man. Hey man, we don't want no smoke, man. We peaceful. Sup? Jay Black, what's going on? Gig is king. Gig is king right now, man. Gig is king right now. You are 100% absolutely solely right. And everything I said was going to happen has happened. Cyber Monday, as far as final mile, who won doing logistics delivery for Cyber Monday? Gig workers did. Everything I said, gig workers won. Today, this is prime example of everything that I said, why gig workers, everything I said won today. Not Amazon Relay, not middle mile, final mile, gig workers. $500 to deliver t-shirts. 29 deliveries. The heaviest item, 2 pounds. Total weight for the whole route, 20 pounds, 34 items, 29 stops, 3-hour route, $497 in your car. Another one, 28 stops, 3-hour route. Heaviest item, 2 pounds. Total weight, 19 pounds, 32 items, 3-hour route, $478 in your car. Now you tell me who won the logistics, whatever competition, as far as all the lanes for peak season, Cyber Monday, Black Friday. The gig workers won. Because guess what? A person running Amazon DSP as a worker, $18 an hour. The contractor still getting they whatever the contract is, $300 a route. The driver is still getting their pay $18 an hour. The gig worker who was running these routes, right? All right, won 70 miles, $500, 3-hour route, 29 stops. That's the game. I told y'all. And I had to, there was other screenshots I captured from my market from today, but those two really, it was more. There was other ones for 16 miles for $225, 20 stops. There's a lot of Walmarts that were paying $25 a stop, one item, 4 miles, things of that nature. Like, that's where the money was. A person that was running gigs in their car just off this app today could have easily made $1,000+ before 8 hours. Because this was first 3 hours of the day this morning. They gave you the whole day. It's a 3-hour route. You made $500 in 3 hours. Boom. You go back, pick up another one. I just showed you two that was $500. And they had these routes all day long today. All day. Between Fanatics, Walmart, Best Buy sucks. They don't want to pay. Best Buy sucks. Between Walmart and Fanatics, you easily made over $1,000 today in your car. And I just showed you the proof. Damn, 20 hours a mile. Wow. Yeah, that's how much McDonald's workers get paid here. The minimum wage here is $15 an hour. Ain't nobody working for $15 an hour, so they have to pay more. So it's $20.21 an hour here at McDonald's. It's RL Carriers in Kennesaw, Georgia, near FedEx. Would it be worth it to rent a U-Haul cargo van to start off? There's no other rental companies have any vans available. You can rent a U-Haul, but you need to do a long-term U-Haul rental for the van so you can get it at 10. I think it's 10 cent. It's either 19 cent or 10 cent. And then you can do the monthly rental with U-Haul where you get the better rate. You can, you know what I'm saying? As long as you're maximizing your earning potential to cover the cost of the van, I mean, why not? I wouldn't even, I would, and this is just be me, I've really been thinking about this gig and cargo van thing, and I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm gonna show you. I showed the people who are on here Sunday night. I'm gonna show you again. To do some of this stuff, I wouldn't even go out and buy a transit. I've changed my thought on the gig economy as far as I was for it. Obviously, you guys know, you watch my content, you watch my lives, but what I knew was going to happen, what I thought was going to happen as far as the gig, it happened, but it even happened way bigger than what I expected. You got people telling me that there's nothing on Amazon Relay Load Board, and what I said was going to happen happened, but it even happened bigger, and the rates were astronomical. We're talking about t-shirts, $500 to deliver t-shirts for 3 hours. Those rates is something different. You're not filling up a 26-foot box truck at $5.32 a gallon, right? You ain't gotta go pick it up wherever you're parking it at. You ain't dealing with no DOT and running it and doing all this other stuff, stopping and whatever else that it entails dealing with something that size. You're literally walking down in front of your house, walking into your garage, getting your car and going. Let me show you something real quick though. Let me show you something real quick. I want to show you something. This is what I would get. And I showed the people Sunday this. This is where I would get. And I'm not even finna drop a big old bag of money if I were you. I'm gonna show you something. I'm gonna share my screen. Let me pull it up. I'm not even finna drop a big old bag of money because I'm seeing more potential now. Let me show you something. Share screen. Share screen. Let me see something. Hold on, man. I know the screen is freezing. Hold on. All right, check it out. If I'm gonna go jump into the gig game, forget the transit, forget the forget the transit, forget the sprinter. I'm going right here. I'm gonna go get a transit connect because a lot of the stuff that I'm seeing that's paying really, really well doesn't even require something as big as a regular transit 150 or a sprinter van. You can go get a transit connect and check a bag of money. You can spend 7,000, 9,000. Yeah, these things got some miles on it, but this is strictly, and you ain't even gotta get the passing one. I'm speaking straight cargo, like this one, straight cargo, $10. $7. You go get this, you can go deliver for Fanatics all day, or Walmart all day. You don't need you don't need a transit 150. You don't need a sprinter. You don't need it. This is big enough for you. This is big enough. It's cheaper. It's 4 cylinders, right? It's 4 cylinders. You can pay this thing off in a few months, and you can check a big old bag of money. Doesn't require none of that DOT and all this, that, and the third. And this is just an option for transition a lot. And this is, for like the young man that is in the chat that said he turned in his box truck 2 days ago. Here's an option where you can still be in the industry and make money. Here's an option. All this cargo space you can remove. This is probably for a plumber or something. So they built shelving. You snatch all that out, you got space. This is all you need. All this can come out. Snatch all that out. Snatch these things out, and you got space. That's all you need. That's all you need. That's all you need. You don't need you don't necessarily need a full size transit. So and you're gonna check a bag like this. All you need for that to make this money delivering t-shirts is that Transit Connect. You can do it in your car, but between Fanatics, Walmart, Best Buy sucks, man. They don't want to pay nothing. I saw something earlier that was a lawnmower. They wanted someone to take a lawnmower from here to Indianapolis, and the rate just kept going up and up and up. It started at like $227, and it just kept going up and up and up and up and up. I saw a load. I couldn't capture it because someone snatched it that fast. The first load, they pushed it through to my phone for Fanatics was paying $1,097 for a route. I swear to God. Matter of fact, did I capture? I thought I screenshotted it. When I saw that, I said, holy shit. I swear to God, I think I might have did capture it. Hold on. I might have not have. Hold on. Let me see. No, I didn't get it. But there was a route this morning in my market that paid $1,097 on Roadie, and it was a Fanatics order. And here's one. Here's one that paid $384, but there was one that paid $1,000.97 this morning. I didn't capture it though. I tried to screenshot it, but someone snatched it really quickly. So, but yeah, so that's all you need. You don't really need a full size cargo van 150. You can do it with a Transit Connect. But yeah, you're right. Gig is king right now. Would it be worth it to rent? Answer that one. I got my authority. I'm looking for a truck now. You looking for a 26 footer? I'm not afraid of work, Mark. I get it in for real. I was just asking. No, I ain't saying you're afraid. I think you should you turned your truck in. I think if you retry it again, you might want to look into curbside final mile. That way you're not reliant on the spot market as far as based on the economy. Curbside final mile most of the time is going to be a lot of things that people need. Flooring. You're going to deliver to like a lot of car washes because they order drums of soap and drums of all-purpose cleaner. So like a 55-gallon drum will be on the pallet and it'll be band strapped to the pallet. Flooring, exercise equipment, tile, other types of home improvements, things for the home that people order online. So I think they're not essentials, but they're necessities. So they're things that are big and bulky that people don't want to pay or contractors don't want to pay to bring in the home, because those final mile deliveries for those big heavier items going to home, you're talking about $600-$700 deliveries, and those customers don't want to pay that. So I would look into that. 265 miles, paying $4.50 a mile on Amazon Relay, bad or good? Well, you can split that 450 in half, so it's 225 because you ain't got nothing coming back. So if you split it in half, 265 miles going, 265 miles coming back, you add that, and then you let me know what you think. I don't run middle mile, so I don't like to comment on it. This is something that I probably wouldn't take. I don't do Amazon Relay. I don't, it's just Amazon Relay is not my type of money. It's just not my money. It's not for me. But what you can look at is 450 a mile, 265 miles going one way. You're gonna have to come back unless you jump on another load board and find something to bring you back. So you can split this in half. So if you take this 265, you got to come back. So you might as well split that in half. If you split it in half, then you're not making out so good. That's to me. To somebody else, maybe yeah, but to me, no. So Walmart did better than Amazon for Black Friday, Cyber Monday. Yes, Walmart did better. Walmart has been beating Amazon all year in essentials. Walmart did way better than Amazon did as far as everything is concerned for Black Friday. Yes. Here's the thing. Some people are going to get upset. But Amazon can't F with Walmart when it comes to essentials. They can't. Their price point just ain't there. Walmart's essentials are too cheap. It's just too cheap. Unless Amazon can figure out a way to match or beat Amazon's prices on essential goods, then they're not going to be able to beat them. Amazon Fresh is not effing with Walmart when it comes to groceries. It is not. If you go on Amazon Fresh and you look at some of this stuff, it's expensive. Most of that stuff is every $365 every day. Whole Foods brand. All right, and it's not, even though it's their generic in-house brand, it's still distributed by someone else, and they're bottling, manufacturing, and they're just putting their name on it. But at the end of the day, they can't beat Walmart's prices when it comes to essential goods and groceries. All right. And that's why that's why Walmart won. Walmart won with the TVs. That 65-inch TV on Roadie Friday, man. Every single Walmart order had a 65-inch TV. You can't beat it. You can't beat it. So yeah, Walmart won. Where you at in Cali? That's high. It's like 5 something here. Florida, if you get the Chevron up, you can still fill up for 389 gallon diesel, but we already know about Florida market. Yeah, Florida market as far as outbound freight is not good. Thank you, Mark. Do they have gig in Ohio? If I ask, yeah, they got gigs in Ohio. Now, as far as the volume, right? And as far as the market, the rates you're gonna get, obviously you're not gonna see, and this is me being transparent with you. You're gonna have gig guys, but you're not gonna see the volume like we see here or LA or New York or maybe Houston, but there's gonna be opportunity there. You're not gonna see the volume like the larger markets. You're not gonna see the rates, for $500, $1,000 to deliver college team T-shirts. That's astronomical, right? You're not going to see those rates like that because you're not going to see that type of volume. Those rates are there because the volume is there here, and they have a promise to deliver next day. So they have to pay and do whatever it takes to fulfill the promise to the consumer. Ohio, depending on what part of Ohio, obviously if you're in Cleveland or Columbus or one of the bigger cities, yeah, you're going to have more volume. But yeah, the opportunity is there. The opportunity is wherever you're at in the country. But yeah, there's gig opportunities there. Good info. I appreciate the knowledge. What gig app is that for the fanatics? That's Roadie. Roadie, ROADI, which would be this one right here. Hold on. Where is it at? The one with the R, right next to TaskRabbit, Roadie, in between TaskRabbit and T-Force. UPS. So just a quick back story on you, and I'm actually gonna do a video on Roadie, man. I think Roadie deserves a video. I'm gonna do a video on Roadie, and don't hold me to it. I'm going to try to do a day doing Roadie. I said, man, I'm gonna try to do some in the field content. I can't do it moving, and I can't do it on Final Mile, but I think maybe a gig I can attempt to do it. I'm gonna have to do it in a box truck because I don't have any cargo van, so it's gonna be overkill. I'm probably gonna take a loss on it because I'm gonna be in a box truck doing T-shirt deliveries or doing Walmart flat screen, something I could do in a cargo van or a car. But I'm gonna try one day this week to accept some Roadie apps and get some content actually doing it, so you can see what the process is like. You can see what pickups where you actually got to go in versus what pickups where they actually bring the items to you to curb. Walmart, they bring it out to you. You pull into the lane. They also have pharmaceuticals. Another good thing that Roadie has, a lot of people ask me, they have the luggage. So they have Southwest and Delta. All right, so those luggage pickups. Now, I've seen the videos where they're talking about $50 an hour and $800 a day delivering people's left behind luggage. I can't attest to that. I can only attest to what I've seen, and I haven't seen $50 an hour. I see $100+ an hour for fanatics, but I don't see that for delivering left behind luggage. I just don't. I see $20 and $30 a stop, which is good money, you know what I'm saying? But I don't see $50 an hour, depending on how many stops and how much, another thing is I'm gonna say, like, airlines are pretty efficient as far as, like, they don't want to leave your luggage behind. It's only happened to me one time in all the years I've been flying. So it's not like people's luggage are getting left behind. If I'm flying from Houston to Chicago and my luggage gets left behind, I get to Chicago and the carousel is going around, everybody's got in their luggage. I'm like, where the hell is my suitcase at? And they're like, oh, well, your luggage is still back in Houston. That doesn't happen often. So there's not like an abundance of people's stuff getting left behind. So I seen those videos, but I just don't see the volume of work for the luggage. But this app does have luggage. You see it mostly at night. You see those pop up in the nighttime. But I'm going to dedicate a video to Rody where I'm going to actually give people the sauce on it and how to maneuver it and what accounts they have. Best Buy, Fanatics and Walmart are the best to paying. As you can see, that Fanatics, man, I'm telling you, every day I see it. Like, I saw an order for $1,000 today, guys, to deliver T-shirts. You know what I'm saying? So between them and Walmart, Best Buy sucks pharmaceuticals, pay well, delivering samples, specimen samples or whatever, blood work, urine samples. I don't know. So I see a lot of medical Michaels. Quick scope of Rody. I know I spoke on it Sunday. UPS acquired the app. So UPS owns this app. So it's just like when I talked about RXO in the video, XPO, by them being the third largest trucking company in the country, and then that would make them number one for like heavy bulk delivery because FedEx and UPS don't handle that type of freight. By UPS owning Rody, the advantage that they have compared to all the other delivery apps is because UPS owns them. UPS is the number one trucking company in the country. So what does that mean? That means they have a relationship with everybody, every company, every shipper, every retailer, everybody deals with either UPX or FedEx, and most of the time they're dealing with both when you get to the big boys. So UPS has those relationships. I'm seeing rates better, and I don't have access to Spark, but I got somebody that does have access to Spark, that does Spark. That's a gig worker, and I did a compare and contrast with the Rody rates for Walmart compared to the Walmart Spark rates. Rody pays about $5 more than Walmart Spark pays for their own app. Rody pays about $5 more, and that's this market. I can't attest for other markets. An average Walmart delivery here on Rody is about $24 to $26 a stop, and most of those stops are just one item weighing less than 5 pounds and going somewhere from the store within 5 to 7 miles. So UPS owns the app. So you have access to pretty much any and all retailers, pharmaceutical companies, just anybody. I saw something earlier for Tractor Supply where they wanted you to pick up and drop off a lawnmower. It's just everybody deals with UPS. So that's the competitive edge that they have amongst the other apps, and I believe that's why they're able to pass those big delivery rates on because they're taxing at the point of sale. Like, these customers are paying for these deliveries, so it's factored into the cost of the delivery. So they're paying. So 26 foot with lift gate under 250 miles. I got that from you, but that's what you looking for. I'm in the Kenosha area. Yeah, so I mean, if you're gonna jump in right now, it's a critical time, Jeremiah. Because a lot of people are exiting right now. What the spot market is looking at. So we're just being transparent with you. If you're gonna enter in right now, just make sure you enter in with extreme caution because it's tough right now. So just be careful entering right now, and good luck. Just make sure you exercise extreme caution and you don't enter with exorbitant expenses. Make sure if you're buying a truck, make sure you get an affordable truck where you know it's going to be affordable. And also, maybe you want to get something with, a little bit more seasoned truck. I don't want to say older, let's say seasoned. So, because insurance rates are going up too. The newer truck, the more expensive insurance rates are scaling with inflation. So get a seasoned truck to help bring down your insurance sum. And just exercise some caution and make sure that, if you do, make sure that your fixed costs are something that is comfortable, so that if you do um encounter tough times, whether it's personal tough times or whether it's economical tough times like we're going through now, that even still you don't have this exorbitant bill, that you're still able to maintain your fixed cost, and keep your business afloat, or keep your asset, which is your truck, as far as making those payments. I always, like, it's a joke, but I always say, I like to use this, like, don't put yourself in a fickle that if you run into a jam, whether it's personal or whether it's economical because of the industry, that you're at fixed cost, your truck note is so expensive that you can't even borrow the money. You want to make it comfortable for you, that if you get into a tough jam, you can go out and do some gig work to make it know, or that if you do have to borrow some money, it's something that somebody will just give, they wouldn't think twice. It's a joke, but that's the analogy I like to use when I think about it. Just don't go out there and get something where you're paying $2,000-$3,000 a month on a note, man. Just don't do it. You don't need to do it. You can find a truck, an economical truck, let's say, at a fair price that will last years to come. That's not going to cost you an arm and a leg. Moving to Chicago soon. Man, you came through Chicago. You ran from North Carolina to Montana. You drove straight through Chicago from North Carolina to go to Montana to drop off something in Montana. You could have picked up some partials, came here, picked up 2 or 3 partials here, and took you back home, instead of going another, I don't know, 700, 800, probably 1,000 miles from this point to Montana. But if you move here, you're gonna have plenty of opportunity, especially for middle mile, because it's hella freight here. Now, if they do that railroad strike, then it's gonna get pretty bad. Rhode Island, Massachusetts. Oh, that's where you're at? Rhode Island and Massachusetts. I signed up with about 3 hours. I signed up about 3 or 4 dispatching companies, and not one found me a low in the last 3 months. I found myself a good shuttle gig running car parts to and from a paint shop locally. Okay, that's good. Yeah, so that dispatcher thing, man, there's a lot of new dispatchers that bought these courses, and it's these people on Instagram telling you can build a successful dispatching company and this, that, and the third, and all this. So the dispatch hype right now is like how the box truck hype was early in the year. It's disgruntled box truckers that failed, that's trying to transition, don't know what the hell they doing, and they buying these courses and selling people a dream of how they're this expert dispatcher, and they can find you $20 million loads and things of that nature, and you just have to be very careful. A few people have said that in this chat, so you just got to be careful who you're dealing with. Thanks, applying now, no problem. Interstate, screw what you mean they can't find you a load in 3 months. Is the app called Gig? No, the app I showed earlier is Roadie, Roadie, Roadie. UPS owns it, Roadie. So what's a good rate? It depends. What are you? Hey, Dominican Beast, what are you're renting, right? What are your fixed costs and what are your variable costs? How much is it costing you to operate your truck? I know you said you've only been doing this a month. You have to know how much it costs to operate your truck. How much is it costing you to operate your truck? So I can't answer that question for you until we know what it costs you to operate your truck. So you gotta let me know what it costs to operate your truck per mile. Your cost per mile. Even the post office is starting to use contractors. Yes, they are. Thanks for bringing it up. They're having a hard time now. This may be I can only speak for my market on this. Post office here is having a hard time because of the crime. A lot of people don't, not just the crime, a lot of people don't want to do that type of work. Another business where boomers are exiting. Generation Z is not filling those placements. Crime here is paying. They're robbing the mail carriers here, stealing the key, the mail key, the universal mail key, and they're breaking into mailboxes, stealing people's mails in search of credit cards and things of that nature. So they just carjacked one mail carrier 2 weeks ago and took the police on a high-speed chase in the mail truck. They're robbing the mail carriers for the mail key. So yes, there's other factors too where people don't want to be mail carriers. But yes, the U.S. Postal Service is hiring contractors. They're contracting out because, like, even with my mail, I still get a lot of mail, not here, but I also still get a lot of mail to my mom's house. And like in her neighborhood, the mail like she'll say, man, like the mail ain't been delivered in a week. And then like a week later, like when they catch up, they'll drop so much, they'll drop in like off a week's worth of mail. That's how bad it is. They might not cover that neighborhood for a whole week because they just don't have the staff to do it. The postal service is short. So like yeah, they're hiring contractors too. So and in some cases you don't even get your mail. Like I remember I was waiting on a form for Google for this channel when I first reached the plateau to become monetized. I had to verify my address, so I was waiting for them to send this code through the mail because they verify you through the mail, and I never got it. I had to wait a month. They said wait a month. I waited a month and never got it, and that was back in September. Still haven't gotten it, and that was here to my place. So the mail here is just messed up. They did not delivering. They delivering 2-3 weeks later. It's just bad. Looking to pay cash up front for the truck. I mean, that's the best way to go. If you got the cash up front to pay it and get it on out the way, then go for it. You operating on $1.06 a mile. You sure? Are you renting a truck? Dominican Beast, I thought you said you was renting a truck. If you renting a truck, you operating on more than $1.06 a mile, buddy. I can tell you that now. And I don't even need to know what your truck rental rate is. If you're renting a truck, you're operating on more than $1.06 a mile. Are you renting a truck? Not the mailman. They're just gonna get bills from my box. Yeah, but see, if they take the mail key from a post person, they got the key, so they can go in everybody's mailbox. They got the key, so they might hit a mailbox where it might just be bills, but they might get lucky that one day, and they might come up on a check, or they might come up on a credit card, or they might come up on, I don't know. You got some people crazy enough to send cash through the mail, all type of crazy stuff, man. Hey, Dominican Beast, how much is your truck rental, and how much is your mileage? Or do you own your truck? I'm renting the truck at $700 a week, $400 for the insurance. Your cost is more than $1 a mile. I don't have to do the math to know it's more. It's got to be more than $1.06 a mile. Oh, unlimited miles. All right, you renting from a personal person? All right, we'll just take your word for it then. Say $1.06 a mile. If you're operating at $1.06 a mile, and you ran that Amazon load for what, $4? What was it? So even if you split it in half, you made money. You made money. So as long as you made money, then you're good. You want to try to at least try to, if you're operating at, let's say, $1.06 a mile. I mean, everybody is different, man. Everybody is different. If you might want to make, you might want to double. If you're operating $1.06 a mile, you might want to double your money per mile. You might want to operate. You might want to take loads paying $2.12 a mile. You know, but that load that you talking about earlier, as far as that $4.50, you made money. Even if you did hit it back, what was it, $4.50 a mile? So that's $2.25. So me taking you at your word at $1.06 a mile, you made $2.25 round trip. Then you came out ahead. All right, so yeah, gig work is not bad right now, man. Gig work is probably, if I had to rank 3 right now, and this is just me from what I'm seeing, I can't attest for everybody, but the stuff that I've been seeing lately in the gig economy, um, and from what I'm seeing in the middle mile lane, um, the gig economy is winning, at least right now. Final mile is holding strong, but if I can go deliver, and this is a person who's been successful at final mile, you know what I'm saying? And I'm speaking transparent, if I, and this is me, you know what I'm saying? Everybody has to figure out. I can only talk from my knowledge point, my tenure point, right? And my experience point. All right. Me at this point in my life, not 2010 point in my life when I start, me at 2022 age point in my life, if I were to enter into this space, and this is me, I wouldn't do middle mile. This is me. It would be between final mile and gig. Obviously, final mile. This is me knowing what I know, not me entering blind at this point in my life. Me knowing what I know based on what I've already done. All right. It would be between final mile and gig work. Obviously, final miles because I've been successful at it. I'm an expert at it. I know how to do it. Right. I'm protected a little bit more so than the middle mile, as far as the economy is concerned. All right. And gig, right? 9 times out of 10, I'm going gig. Why? Because I did my years of heavy lifting. Even though a bulk of those years I wasn't out there, the first few years I was, and then I had to re-enter getting back out there due to the pandemic when employment started to get tricky, right? I see opportunity in the gig economy to make a lot of money with doing less work. All right. I want to work. I would want to work smart, not hard now. If I can make $1,000 delivering things that are less than 5 pounds in my car or in a cargo van, I think that to me is better. And I don't have to deal with finding people to work. A big issue now is finding people. I don't have to deal with nobody else. I don't got to deal with nobody else. I don't have to worry about nobody else. I don't have to hire people, pray to God every morning. God, please let everybody show up to work today. Sitting on the edge of my bed, praying to God that don't nobody call. These are the things that I think about. Like, praying to God includes me praying that people show up to work. That shouldn't be included in my prayers. You see what I'm saying? That should not be included in my prayers. My prayers should be, God bless my mother, keep my mother healthy. God bless my brother, keep my brother healthy. My niece, my family. God, please, continue to provide, my family success and keep a roof over our head and food, things like that. I shouldn't be praying that everyone comes to work, but this is in my prayer. I don't want to have to deal with none of that no more. So if there's something that I can do where I can make good money, right, and do less work and only have to rely on myself, then that's where I'm going. That's where I would be going in 2022. And that's just me. That's just me. Montana will never see me again. That's for sure. Hey man, I'm glad you made it back, man, to North Carolina, man. I should have a 600-mile route round trip. Amazon really averaging $4 a mile. I'll send you numbers on Sunday if you go live. Y'all go live Sunday. I probably gonna go live in 2 days, Thursday too. Starting the Monday until Sunday. Bet. My 24-foot box truck, 12-foot roof would do okay. Final mile, little oversized, but it'll pay off. Yeah, 24-foot box truck. You can sneak that in. Final mile, you do well. Whoa, that wondering if everybody's showing up. Hey man, shit is real. Staff showing up in the prayer, man. Listen, it's moving in the street now is dead here. Moving is seasonal, so I don't have to worry about that. And then like the deliveries that we do, I'm down to skeleton crew, and I'm giving myself probably 3 to 6 months, and that crew will be done. All right, so I already know what time it is. You know what I'm saying? I got a guy right now that got COVID, so the deliveries we do are on local levels, for local companies. Like I got the fitness superstore, but I turn a lot of that stuff down. That's enough to keep the people I got busy because these are big projects, but I turn a lot of that stuff down. If you guys are looking for a final mile contract that pays a lot of money that'll keep you busy, I can hook you guys up with the fitness superstore. I turn that stuff down. I can hook you guys up with the people and you can go do it. You know what I'm saying? Those jobs, you can do one project to keep you busy for a week. You get paid a lot of money, but you got to have somebody that's mechanically inclined that knows how to do those cable installations for the those weight machines, those cable weight machines. At first it's kind of complicated, but once you get the hang of it, it's cool. But yeah, man, it's to the point where you pray, man. You got to pray that everybody comes to work. And like I said, man, I just don't think that's something that should be included in my prayers, but it is what it is. I'm not back home. Yeah, I'm still in Montana. Why are you still in Montana? You told me you were in Montana yesterday. Go on a load board. You got to come through Chicago. Go on a load board. See if you can find some partials. If you can't find anything in Montana, which I know you're not going to be able to, all right, start heading back home. Before you start heading back home, look to see if you see any partials coming out of Chicago. I'm guaranteeing you're going to find some partials coming out of Chicago. Find you some partials heading back that way and go home, man. Why are you still sitting in Montana, man? Why? You got to come through the Midwest, man. You're going to find you some work. You got to come through Chicago. A lot of furniture companies here are looking for drivers. A lot of furniture companies everywhere are looking for drivers, man. That's what we're talking about, man. Everybody's looking for drivers, man. It's bad, man. It's rough. Outside of the middle mile debacle, as far as the spot market rates, employment is just another thing that a lot of people aren't talking about because everybody's focused on spot market. I don't want to talk about the spot market no more. Everybody knows it's bad. You know, ain't no sense of beating a dead horse, making people feel worse than they already feel. So that's why I'm talking about other things. But yeah, everybody's looking for drivers, man. It's kind of rough out here, man. It's kind of rough out here, man. You ever look into the dump truck business? Yeah, I actually purchased a dump truck in 2020. Um it didn't last long. Purchased a new one, a PJ, DM14 7x14 high side. I did that with a partner because I couldn't devote myself fully to it because of my other businesses, and we operated for a year. It was successful. The person who I partnered in with, we just this was his first business, and once he got a taste of being an entrepreneur and seeing the earning potential of what being an entrepreneur was, he just, I couldn't, me being the tenured, more seasoned entrepreneur. And I'm gonna tell you this quick story. This guy was one of the PPP guys, someone I knew that came across some PPP. He said, "Hey, Mark, I got this PPP, and I don't want to, blow it. I want to invest in something. I'm not business savvy. Um, can I do something with you where I can take this money and invest it so it can generate money?" I said, yeah, what do you got in mind? He said, I don't really have nothing in mind. I said, all right, I got something that I'm thinking about doing. I just haven't gotten around to doing it. We can do the dump truck business. All right, boom. So he's like, well, what is it going to cost? I got 20,000. I said, we'll be 50-50 partners. All right. I said, my investment is going to be the labor, right? Because I got all the crew. I got the manpower, and I got the equipment to pull the dump. I got trucks. I got a pickup truck. I got commercial box trucks that can pull the dump, right? And I got the manpower and all the other equipment that we need. The 32-gallon um, uh, garbage containers, the rakes, the sledgehammers, the crowbars, everything else. I invest. You take 10,000 of that 20, and you get the dump. We 50 partners. I'll invest in everything else because I got the vehicles to pull the dump. You don't have it. He said, man, that's fair. It's fair. Boom. So we go out, we get the dump. We get the dump. Now, by me being a business person, he's relying on me to build a business. I build a business, I get it together, and we start making money, right? I explained to him that the initial few months we need to reinvest it back into marketing. So the money that was coming in, we reinvested it back into marketing, and that's how I was able to build up the business rather quickly. We picked up some pretty decent sized accounts. We got like a HOA that was doing. They were going around to all the houses in the HOA, cleaning out the gutters, throwing the stuff in the garbage bags and tossing them down. We got that account where we had to pick up all the like leaves and sticks out the garbage bag, run that to the dump. We did some demos, basement clean outs, garage clean outs. So he got a taste of that money. So when it was time to, after the marketing phase, when it was time to start splitting the money down, okay, this is how we're going to split the money 50-50 after all the expenses and things of that nature, he got big headed. He got big headed, and a lot of decisions he wanted to make, he couldn't. He wasn't business savvy enough to make it. So let me shorten the story. A lot of stuff happened, but I'm gonna break this story down. Now he wanted to be hands on. Now his whole thing wasn't hands on. He just wanted to invest and get paid, and that was fine. Once the marketing phase happened and the business was booming, he started getting paid. Now he want to come start showing up to jobs and doing goofball stuff. So let me tell you where the final straw happened for me. He showed up to a clean out. This was a house clean out job. It was a $3,000 job. He shows up to the job. He want to come up to the job. I'm not there. He want to come flex his muscle, things of that nature. This goofball, and he's a goofball, straight up. You know what I'm saying? This goofball loses the keys to the truck. He jumps into the dump. So when you're throwing the stuff in the dump, occasionally you got to get into the dump to push stuff to the back. And as it gets full, because you got to be able to pull that tarp back, roll that tarp back. So this goofball getting into the dump, they calling me like, man, why is he here? Man, he's blowing us. He's in the way, this, that. He loses the keys to the truck. So there's no way you're going to find the keys to the truck in a 14-foot dump trailer. Let me show you the dump. It was hooked up to my pickup truck. I'm going to show you. I got pictures of the dump. Hold on. Dump. So anyway, he loses the keys, and I end up having to go there, and we get into it. We got into it bad because this is not how I operate. You know what I'm saying? It was embarrassing. I had to get the truck towed out of the alley because it was blocking the alley with the trailer. And we just got into it very bad. The customer was there. It was embarrassing. It wasn't professional. He was doing too much, and that's why he ended up losing the key in the dump. And ultimately, we just sold the trailer. I let him sell the trailer, and I just walked away from it. He sold the trailer. He tried to continue on by himself. He ended up failing tremendously. I tried to buy the dump from him. He was bitter. He didn't want to sell it to me. He ended up selling it and doing something stupid and went to jail. So he's in jail now. But hold on. I had a brand new PJ. Oh, let me show y'all. It was a PJ, but yeah, I did the dump truck business for a year, and that's just a learning lesson for me. I've never really done something with a partner. I've always done things on my own, and that was just a learning lesson for me. That everybody is not, everybody ain't gonna be on your level when it comes to business. My mother always taught me, God bless the child that's got his own. And you handle business one way, another person handle business another way, especially a person who ain't never been in business, before. And so here's the dump truck. It was hooked up to my pickup truck here. But I usually use my commercial, one of my box trucks to pull it. So that's my pickup truck. Hold on. And this was a job where I was, as you can see, all this dirt right there under the porch. This was a job where it just caused to remove that dirt. So you see it's there. And then in this picture, we removed the dirt. This was one of those days where my box trucks were out. So I had to use my pickup truck to pull it. But it was a PJ. And here's at the dump, dropping it off. And I really didn't want to pull it with my personal pickup truck. Obviously, you can see why, because even though it's capable of pulling it, like I got my shit, right. So I shouldn't have been pulling that shit. But I had to do what I had to do because that job was but that dump was and here, check this out. We got that dump in November of 2020. It was $9,999. You know how much that dump is now? Brand new? About 17 grand. That's how goofy this dude was. That's how goofy he was. All he had to do was sit down, shut up, but he want to be a boss. Dude, you a street dude. Stay in the street. Let me handle this business and just shut up and get this money. But he want to come and show people and try to throw stuff in the dump and all this goofy stuff and lose the keys. And we got into it. And I just said, yo, I don't do shit like this. But that was my stint in the box truck business, and not the box truck business, the dump truck business. I may re-enter it, but then again, I may not, because I think labor is going to be an issue. Now, if I were to enter it and I had a solid demo crew that I knew was going to show up to work every day, then yeah, I'll do it again. I'll do it again. But it's not something I can be hands on with. You know what I'm saying? I would have to have a solid crew. But that's my little 1 year stint in the which I'm salty about, because I wish the dude wouldn't have been just so goofy and just, I was going to cash him out and just buy the damn dump, but he was just, now he in jail. It is what it is. Them little cargo vans you was talking about, what app is the best to get loads? Them little cargo vans you was talking about, what apps is the best to get loads? Cargo vans I was talking about. If you want to do loads, the best gig app I'm seeing right now is Roadie, as far as paying in this market. But it's plenty of gig apps. You got Roadie, you got Roadie, you got damn, I'm drawing a blank. It's time for me to get off. Roadie, you got GoShare. I'm sorry. So you got Roadie, you got GoShare. You can do Amazon Flex. Now, Amazon Flex, those blocks, you know, some of those blocks on Amazon Flex, I downloaded Amazon Flex to look at the rates in comparison to other apps. Amazon, like what you're doing one Walmart delivery for Roadie, you might make for a 15-minute delivery of 2-hour block on Amazon Flex is paying you $37 in the hopes of getting tips. They're paying $37 base rate, and they're saying you can make up to $20 in tips. So, you know, but tips are not promised to you. So Roadie's being Amazon Flex. You got GoShare, you got Lug, you got Dolly, you got Instacart. There's plenty of other ones. You got Bellhops, you got Lug. There's plenty of apps, man. Oh, Uber Connect. Uber just dropped their delivery gig. You dig? So they're doing package delivery too. They don't have the accounts like Roadie and some of these other people. They're building up their network right now. They got Apple though. So that's what's booming on Uber Connect. Apple deliveries, delivering from the Apple store. So you're delivering like chargers and iPhones and iPhone cases and Beats by Dre and chargers and lightning chargers and things like that. So yeah, those are a few apps, but Roadie to me is number one. I'm really digging Roadie right now. Bro, I was in Stevensonville, Montana, drove for 10 hours today. Now here and still haven't come out of PF Montana. Oh, you still trying to get out of Montana? Man, while you sitting, bro, get on the load board, man. You got to come through the Midwest, man. Don't make your whole trip a loss, man, coming back, bro. Find you some partials coming out of the Midwest, man. You got to come through. I mapped your route when you told me. You came straight through Chicago. When you hit Indiana, you came up 65 through Indianapolis, through Maryville, Indiana, through Gary, Indiana. You switched over from 65 to 80 through Gary, Indiana. You took 80, switched over to 9094 through Chicago, up through Wisconsin. You came literally through Chicago, not around it. You came through Chicago, up through Wisconsin, up through and over through Minnesota, and over to Montana. You went probably through South Dakota over to Montana. All right. You got to come back that same way to get back where you came from, man. Ain't no reason why you should make that trip empty. Go on a load board, find you something coming up out of this joint, some partials, and at least make some money going back home, man. Please find you something, man. Don't come on my live Thursday talking about, man, you just now hitting Indiana and you still ain't. Come on, find you some lows, man, coming through it. The moment you touch Minnesota Wisconsin, you should be able to find you some maybe in Wisconsin. Definitely coming up out of here, going back towards North Carolina. Find you some, man. Thursday, man. I want to make sure you found you some, bro. Please. Please, man. And never go back to Montana again. Don't tell me you in Montana. Don't tell me you stuck in Florida. You have no reason to be in Montana. And that's why they told you that. You know why they told you that? Because no one took that load. So the broker, he spent you. He told you, this is what I'm going to tell you exactly what the broker told you. And I don't even run middleman. I'm going to tell you what he told you. Take this load to Montana, and I got a load for you out of Montana coming back. He said it just that simple. And he made up a fictitious rate. And when you get there, the shit didn't even exist. Because that load probably had been sitting because didn't nobody take it because don't nobody want to go to Montana. Especially over the weekend, this weekend, holiday weekend. So he spent you. It's unfortunate, but you learning you have no reason to be in Montana. All right. And that's what happened, bro. He spent you. It's not illegal. I know you messaged me and said, is this even legal? It's definitely legal. He just spent you. Because that load probably had been sitting nobody taking. So he saw that you probably were new. You might have told him you were new. And he took advantage of the situation, bro. So on your way back through this joint, find you some partials going back that way, man. So you can make some money going home. Any companies or opportunities for people who have hazmat and tanker endorsements, Class B? I don't know. That's not my specialty. Hazmats, tankers, I wouldn't be able to tell you that. Not my specialty. How much was it to get in the dump truck business? For me, nothing, because I had everything and because I was a partner. So 10 grand. So let's say 10 grand, because the only thing that we had to get was the dump. And we got a 14-foot high side PJ, 2021 PJ. It was 10 grand, $9,999 paid cash. Everything else I had already. So I had the trucks to pull it. I had to buy a little more equipment, maybe some extra sledgehammer or two, a few extra crowbars, nothing that really cost any money to add up. You know what I'm saying? The biggest thing to get into the dump truck business is the trailer and whatever you need to pull it. So insurance was cheap. My insurance for that, I think it was 100 and I can tell you if the policy is still on my app. I think it was 100 and something a month. Hold on. I'm gonna let you know if it's still up here. No, it's not up here. Policy information, policy and coverages. Yeah, it's not on here no more. It was like $100 and some for the year for the trailer. It was cheaper. The trailer, as far as the insurance, is a lot cheaper, obviously, than a truck. So that was one of the reasons why we went with the trailer. The other reason we went with the trailer, because obviously when you get to the dump, you ain't got to have people manually push that stuff off the back of the truck. You just open the back doors, lock them in, open the utility box, pull out the remote, hit the button, that thing lift up in the air like you saw in the picture, and that should just slide on out. It's over and done with. So 10 grand, not much. Shipt is great if you like to shop. They do Target shopping and delivery. Yeah, I heard Shipt is good for Target. Target bought Shipt, right? Ford Transit Connect. Sorry, that's what I meant. Oh, okay. Hold on. Let me go back up to your previous message, Jay Black. Them little cargo vans you was talking about, what apps is the best to get loads? Oh yeah, so the Transit, if you get the Transit Connect, shoot, you can do anything as far as on a, like, you can pretty much do anything. You can fit a 65, 70, 75 inch TV in there, bicycles. Most of the stuff you're going to be doing is going to be on the smaller scale. Walmart stuff, somebody might buy 40, I don't know, tool sets. Most of the Walmart stuff. Let's go on here right now. Let me see what's on here right now. Let's take a look. Most of the stuff I see for Walmart be less than £5. Not groceries, because Spark handles all the groceries. So it's pretty much other things. Curtains, could be curtains. It could be tools. It could be a shop vac. It could be an iPad. It could be a lot of flat screen TVs. It could be essential things like deodorants and things of that nature. Let's see what's on here right now. Let's pull it up. Let's see what we got. Right now, nothing. It's kind of late. Oh no, here goes something. You got some airport stuff, baggages, couple baggage loads. Here's one paying $37 to drop off one suitcase. Here's another one paying $16 to drop off a suitcase, going 11 miles. But Walmart, so you can do, well, that's another good thing. You can do baggage pickup from the airports. So you can do luggage, you can do, because airport runs, you can do Walmart, you can do Fanatics. Fanatics is just t-shirts and jerseys. So even a Ford Transit Connect is still overkill, because you can actually do that in your personal car. You don't necessarily need that for that. But pretty much any gig opportunity, a Ford Transit Connect will suffice. I was 2 weeks ago, I was saying Transit 150, Transit 250, Transit 350. I'm changing it. No, you could do a Transit Connect 4-cylinder and get money. Man. No cap. And if you want to incorporate groceries, even better. You know what I'm saying? You don't need a 150. From what I'm seeing now, a Transit Connect is good enough. Mark, you should put your referral link for the gig apps. Yeah, that's a good idea, right? I don't be doing that. It's crazy. See, you could really tell I just do this just for information. I don't have in my description. Don't you know, you go to some people's pages, they got like a whole page of like referral links. I don't got none of that. But I'm gonna put some referral links for the gig apps. You're right. I might as well get some type of kickback for it. That's a good idea. Thanks for sharing that with me. I'm going to take the time to gather up these referral links, and that way when you come to my channel, you'll see a long list of stuff in my description too. But good point. You're 100% right, LOL. He told me his round trip, send me 2 rate confirmations, one for $3K, another for $4K. Second load never existed. Even went to the shipper and they told me we never had anything. Told you. And see, that goes back to what I was talking about earlier, why it's important that content creators go live. I don't even run middle mile. I know the lane, but I can tell him what the broker told him without even talking to the broker. And see, a person who's just selling you wolf tickets wouldn't even know that. So yeah, so he told you that so you can take the load. You probably told him you were new. He probably could tell you were new and green, and that was a load he needed to take, because a seasoned trucker wasn't going to take that. That shit was going to sit. It would still be sitting. Especially Thanksgiving. Nah, man. To Montana, that shit would still be sitting up there, bro. So he told you what he needed to tell you, because brokers are some sneaky little slick little, sums, you know what I'm saying? They're gonna do what they got to do so they can get paid. And he took advantage of the situation, took advantage of the fact that you were new and you just didn't know any better. But unfortunately, that's the games they play. You got to take it as a learning lesson. But I'm telling you, what you need to do now is, fortunate for you, you should be able to find something. You really need to get on this load board tonight or in the morning or whenever before you start driving, and you need to find you something in Wisconsin or Chicago or Indiana. You got to come through Minnesota. You got to come through Wisconsin. You got to come through Chicago, Illinois. You're going to go through Indiana. All right. So within these 3 to 4 states, you should be able to find something. You should be able to find a few things, stack you some partials, and get you some money. Even if you got to detour a little bit out and go down to Georgia or whatever to come back up to North Carolina, make you some money coming back. Please don't deadhead all the way back, especially if you're coming through the Midwest, man. Take the little situation that happened as a learning lesson, but the silver lining to this is the fact that you had to come through the Midwest. So there's plenty of freight here on the board that you should be able to find going back in your direction. Were you using a 26-foot box truck to pull the trade? No, 16-foot. A 16-foot box truck. And on occasions when I didn't have a truck available, and you see in the picture, I had to use my personal pickup. Not a 26-footer, 16-footer. I'm not sure if Target bought them. Yeah, Target bought shipped. Target acquired shipped. They own that app. Mod somebody to drop them in your lives. Yeah, who should I mod? Who's gonna show up every week or every time I go live? I go live 3 times a week. So you want to be my mod? I got the whole week on Minnesota, working in Minneapolis the rest of the week. I mean, oh, so you're not even going back home? You're originally from North Carolina, right? Or were you just out of you? Were you just picking up a load in North Carolina? Where are you from? Because you told me you left your family Thanksgiving to take that load from North Carolina to Montana. I assumed you were from North Carolina. But man, just take it as a learning lesson, man. I know it sucks, man, but oh, you from Florida. Oh man. Oh man. Oh man, hold on. Yeah, I didn't have my you from Florida. No, it's no. Hey, hey, hey. Florida is worse than Montana, damn near. I don't know which one is worse as far as outbound freight, Florida or Montana. So you from a place where outbound freight is not good, and you went to a place where outbound freight is not good. You're moving to Ohio this week. Oh, okay. Well, then you're gonna be in the thick of things a little bit. You're gonna be in the thick of things a little bit. All right. Well, then that's better. That's better. That way, now if you move to Ohio, you're in the thick of things. You got Ohio. You're a few hours from Illinois, from Chicago. You're right next to Indiana. You got Wisconsin here. You got Michigan. So you're moving to the Midwest. So good transition, man. Because Florida, nothing. I can't. Which days? I know Sunday and Tuesday. What's the other day? Thursday. I mean, I don't need a mod every day, but I guess a mod would help things. But I don't have nobody really in here acting up. But I guess it'll help because on those days where it's 100 people in here, like Sundays, I know it's be a lot busier than Tuesdays. Sundays it'd be sometimes 80 to 100 people in here, and I can't catch everything because the thing be scrolling. But yeah, I'll cut it on for you to be a mod. I'll cut it on. I'm actually gonna cut on you and all the and some of the members that I got that are members on the channel. So I'll cut it on tomorrow. Even the insurance in Ohio, 10K less a year. That's good. That's good. I think that's a good transition. It shows that you are fully committed into, your company, your box truck. You understand that you live in Florida. You understand that outbound freight in Florida is just not there. So you're moving closer to where the money is for the business industry that you invest in. It shows that you're fully committed. I commend you. I commend you. They will believe me. It's a matter of time. Who are you talking about? I can't which day. Mod somebody to drop them in your lives. Who are you talking about to drop them in the lives? Because I think I lost you here when you said that. And as far as they will believe me, it's a matter of time. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, you saying people will act up? Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I'm gonna do it. Oh, to drop the links. Okay, 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 okay. You know what? I bought a Stream Deck. I got it right in front of me, but for some reason, I got all the links built into the Stream Deck. Like you see a lot of the YouTubers and stuff, they use this thing right here. You're supposed to just be able to punch stuff in, and I spent all this money on all this goofball stuff. I got this and some other stuff, and the YouTube application for the Stream Deck to punch all this stuff in, it doesn't for some reason it's just not the the developer of it. It's just not responding when it comes to links. As far as all the other things work, but for some reason YouTube's uh coding for some reason for dropping links on the Stream Deck is just not working. Everything else seems to work. But yeah, I'll mod you. I'll do it tomorrow. I'll do it tomorrow. Does Rody offer long distance gigs? Oh yeah, there was a long distance gig there this morning from Chicago to Indianapolis. Hold on, let me see if it's still up there to drop off a lawnmower. So yeah, they do offer long distance jobs. Let me see if this one is still up there, and I'll show you. Uh, where was it at? No, it's gone. It's gone. Yeah, but they do. They do. There was one here I saw earlier. It was sitting here all day because it was long distance, and I don't think anybody wanted to take the 3-hour drive down to Indianapolis, but it's gone now, so somebody must have took it. But yeah, they do. Meet and greets, meet and greet with Mark. You really been a mentor, man. Thank you. Man, thank you, man. Thank you for tuning in and thank you for engaging, man. I appreciate it, man. Um, Meet and greets, oh, that's not really my thing. You know what I'm saying? Not saying that one day I might not do one. I got some ideas, but I just don't think now is the time. You know what I'm saying? Right now is the time to, help people out, mentor people, coach people in the right direction, give them these different tools and different ideas of transitioning in this difficult time in box trucking right now. Maybe when the economy changes, maybe I'll put together something up here in the Windy City and maybe do something like that. But right now is probably not the time. I still got a lot of work to do as far as right now it's critical times, man. Critical times. So helping people out, man. Helping people out, giving good content, providing information to help people transition into making money, providing resources. But that's something that I'm probably gonna do. Chicago is scary. Well, if you're coming here for me, if I were to do, let's say, a meet and greet in Chicago, I wouldn't, I wouldn't, I wouldn't have anybody go anywhere that was funny. It would be downtown, which is still, you got to be careful, but it'd be downtown. And as long as you don't venture off into O Block and things like that, and to other friends, then you'll be all right. Now, if you want to go, man, I want to go take a picture in front of King Von's mule, then that's on you. I'm not going. I'm not. You know, that's on you. You know what I'm saying? If I do a meet and greet here, I'm gonna book a ballroom somewhere downtown in a hotel, and that's if you want to go to Inglewood and you want to go to O Block and stuff like that, you can do that on your own time. You know what I'm saying? The police made me cry my first visit there. The police made you cry your first visit here. Why? Why were you talking to the police, and why did they make you cry? What happened? Trying to get finance, they even hitting people over the head with the cargo rentals. I heard, man, they went up on the cargo. See, when I was telling people to look into the cargo rentals a month and a half, 2 months ago, they was still regular price, but now everybody going to the cargo rentals because of the gig work. And I told everybody was going. I told y'all, they see a lane and they see people going to do it. They like, well, skip it. We did it with the box trucks. We went outside. They here with the box trucks. We gonna go outside with the cargo van. But man, listen, like I know I talked to you, when you talked in the DM, I know you want that Sprinter, but if you really want to take this stuff serious, I would just do a Transit Connect. You know, to each his own, you can do what you want to do, but I think a Transit Connect is more than enough for you. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to make money in December buying some options. That market going down the first quarter and cash out. Are you going to buy some stock options? I haven't played the stock market since 2020, since Trump got out. I pulled all that money out and put it into crypto, made all that money in 2021 and pulled all my crypto out in November 2021. Around this time last year is when I exited crypto, majority of my holdings. Now, if Trump becomes the president again, if he runs and becomes the president again, I'm going back to the stock market. The stock market going to run up. I'm going to start making stock market content. I'm going to make box truck and stock market content. But yeah, I've been out of the stock market since 2020. Why did the police make you cry? I want to hear this story, and then I'm going to get up out of here, man. I want to hear this story. How did the Chicago police make you cry your first visit here? What something happened? You called the police and the police didn't help you, or what? The police don't really respond here like that. They respond, but it depends on the situation. I want to hear this story though. All right, there you go. I drove 11 hours to Chicago to meet some friends. I was so lost, stopped downtown at the Hard Rock McDonald's. Okay, you stopped at the Hard Rock McDonald's. And I asked them for help. They yelled at me. Oh yeah. All right, so let me just give you a quick breakdown of Chicago. All right. As far as the people here, it's like New York. It's not friendly. You know, when I go down south, I go to Atlanta, Houston, you walking down the street, you walk past someone, hey, good morning, how are you? Good morning, good morning. It's not like that here. Everyone here is mean, everyone here is rude. It's just like going to New York as far as the people. I was actually on Michigan Avenue one day this summer with some tourists, some black ladies. They were walking behind me. I was coming out of Saks, walking over to Zara, and it was 3 black women walking behind me, and they were talking about, they was like, everybody's so damn rude here. This is the rudest city I've ever been to. And it made me chuckle because, I travel a lot, and everywhere I've traveled to, people are a lot more inviting. People speak to you, good morning, things of that nature. You just don't, it's just not friendly. It's not a friendly city. New York is the same way. The police now, I see that happening. They're not to protect and serve, like where they're pulling cats out the tree and things of that nature. Nah, the police here are so overwhelmed. Like, cop buddy of mine, like, man, he'll log and come into his shift, and there'll still be like 50 calls on the board from the previous shift. Like, there's so many calls coming in. It's just like they're overwhelmed. We got that guy from Dallas, and he don't know what the hell he doing. I don't know why she hired him. They're not getting days off, so they're working 12-hour days with no days off. No days off. So they're overworked. They're, you know, the morale is down. It's bad. So, but I don't see how you got lost if you got Google Maps and stuff, right? After that drive, it was too much. Definitely not friendly. Culture shock for me. I expected the police to help me as a damsel in distress. Nah, not here. Police here are mean, very mean. We don't talk to the police. We don't ask the police simple stuff like that. We know what type of response. So yeah, as a tourist, you wouldn't. I know you wouldn't know, but yeah, the morale here is not inviting at all. And I'm telling you that as a person that lives here. So I get it. I'm sorry your first visit to Chicago wasn't warm. But it is what it is. I'm going to make money in December. I read that one already. Uh, should I get cheap internationals in good condition, or should I get 30K plus Hino box trucks? All right, that's a good question. Me personally, Freightliners. You can get a Hino, but you have to make sure that the market that you're going to move to or you're living in, they have a Hino dealership or a Hino service facility there. All right. So the issue with Hinos, yes, they're good trucks, but if you take it to some diesel mechanic shops won't take them because they don't have the software, the computers to diagnose them. So that's the issue that a lot of people have with Hino. They may have to go way somewhere because they'll go to a lot of places. I don't have any Hinos, but these are stories from Hino people that are subs and other people I know that have Hinos. We have Hinos here. All right. So we have Hino dealerships here. But I got a sub that had to drive from Indiana to one of our Hino dealerships here in the city because he couldn't find none of the diesel mechanic shops he went to would service it. So that's the issue that you may have with Hino. So make sure there's a Hino dealership or a Hino service facility near you or inquire with some of the diesel shops and see if they service Hinos. Make sure they have the software because that may be an issue you run into. As far as internationals or internationals, um, as long as it got a Cummins and the Allison, you should be cool. If it got that Max Force, then no. My suggestion is go with Freightliner. But as long as you stay away from that international engine, then you should be okay. You should be okay. It's all a luck of the draw, but you know, Hino is good. Just make sure that you got some service facilities that have the right software to diagnose it and work on it. Just jumped on. Have to catch the replay quick. thought on CBDCs. Somebody asked me that 2 weeks ago. I don't have any thoughts on it right now. Somebody asked me that 2 weeks ago in where did they ask me that? Was it in, it wasn't on here. It was actually in a it was actually in a was I talking about crypto when they asked me about that? It was something. It might have been you. I don't, I haven't I haven't I haven't really dug into CBDCs like that to have a viewpoint on what I think about them at this point. I gotta research CBDCs a little bit more, but someone asked me about them. Damn, was it in a chat? I think it was in a. I was talking about cryptos. It might have been on a live. I was talking about cryptos, and someone asked me about it. Might have been on last Tuesday live. I just, I don't have any, especially after everything that's going on right now with Sam Bankman-Fried and crypto and things of that nature. I'm gonna be leery on everything. And what was that other thing everybody was into last year? What was it that damn, what was that thing? Everybody was talking about that thing last year. That I think it started with an F. I didn't get into it. But all these new digital currencies and things of that nature. CBDCs to me is like, from my knowledge of CBDCs, it's like a stable coin. So when I was transferring crypto out of the asset into a stable coin, I would always USDC. I would use USDC. So um I haven't really done a lot of research on um CBDCs to really have a standpoint on them. But I think it was you. You asked me that. I think in did you ask me that in the DM? I think it was you in the DM. Yeah, I don't I've always used USDCs as my stable coin. So Amazon Relay paying over 1K one way. Big Vic uploaded a video. Let's go check it out. You must have uploaded it pretty late. I'm subscribed to this channel. Let's see. Big Vic. Big Vic. Amazon Relay peak season is heating up. Is this a video or is this a short? Oh, it's a short. I don't know. It was a big thing last week about some stuff in Buffalo paying a lot of money. And the reason why I found out it was paying a lot of money in Buffalo because they had 50 feet of snow. So what market is this in? I don't run Amazon really, so I only take people's words. There's people in here saying there's nothing in their market and that the rates are trash. And that there's nothing on the load board. And if Big Vic uploaded a video saying that it's paying $1,000 one way, then I believe that too. I mean, it is what it is. After that drive was too much. Definitely not fast, but the police to help me. They didn't have Google Maps. Oh, this was a while ago. They didn't have Google Maps back then. Oh, so this wasn't even recent. Well, yeah. Yeah. Well. Oh, yeah, it was a long time ago. I was on Long Street that seemed to never end. That's right. We did chop it up a little bit. Yeah, that was you. I figured it was you. A lot of people don't know about CBDCs and things like that nature, so I figured it had to be you. Yeah. Yeah. I'm really same thing I told you in the DM. I haven't really done too much research, and as far as my stable coin of choice has always been USDC. So, all right, so all right, guys, so it was fun tonight. We had a very intellectual conversation, but it's time for me to skedaddle. I'm gonna try to before Thursday, if I go live, I'm gonna try to. I might, you know what, tomorrow, if this appointment doesn't go through in the morning, I'm gonna see what's on the board, and I'll see if I can build some content around it tomorrow from being out in the field, and maybe try to shoot a video with Rody and get some content with Rody. Other than that, everybody that's not doing well, keep your head up, man. If you got to transition. The road is going to be tough ahead. Um, uh, uh, you know, if it's not working out for you, there's nothing wrong with resetting and starting over. There's plenty of opportunity. I've been showing opportunity. There's nothing wrong with, don't get caught in big truck, little truck, big truck, little truck. All right. It's not an S550. It's a difference when you live with a C-class Benz and an S-class Benz. That's different. Okay. Cargo van, box truck, 26-footer. Listen, if the work is not there, if you're in a market, if you're not seeing the spot market rates, if you're in a market where Amazon is just not popping for you, if you're trying, you have a 26-foot box truck and you have the expenses that come along with a 26-foot box truck, and it's just not working for you, there's nothing wrong with getting rid of your 26-foot box truck rental and doing deliveries in your car if the money is there. Deliveries are deliveries. So I'm just saying that because I don't want people to think that they're going backwards. You're not going backwards. If people are out here making $500 for 3 hours of work to deliver t-shirts, money is money. $500 is $500. I don't care if you're in a 26-foot box truck or if you're in a Volkswagen Beetle. It is what it is. All right. So don't get caught up in the whole 26-foot box truck craze. All right. You got to do what you got to do. Even if you want to hold on to the truck and supplement that with doing some gig work, then it's nothing wrong with that as well. For everyone that's looking to enter into the industry that came in late, you might want to go back and watch the replay because that was focusing on why is it hard hiring and keeping drivers in the box truck industry. And I think, if that's something you're struggling with, the earlier part of this live where I went through my presentation will shed some light on it to you, maybe jog some things that you didn't even know or didn't even think about. So maybe that'll, help you exercise a little bit caution if you're looking to scale your business, because you're definitely going to need people to drive for you. Other than that, I'll probably be back Thursday. I appreciate everybody for checking the show out and rocking with me this Tuesday night. As always, I'll be back next Tuesday. I'll possibly be back Thursday. Peace.